Okay.
Are we?
We are on the internet.
Are we on the
I don't
internet?
trust
Okay,
the
excellent.
facts dice. I'm just gonna throw that out. I'm gonna roll them, but I don't trust them.
Legit.
All right
Anytime
then.
I used the Vax D20, it was terrible to me.
So, welcome everyone back to Wildemount. Last time, you all continued upriver, deeper into the Sirius Mountains. You found the remains of an ancient battle. And amongst those remains, a warped and mutated giant with its pet chimera. While it did manage to get a couple of good hits in on some of you, you all managed to you all managed to defeat it rather handily. And then as Leah approached this old ancient shrine to what seemed to be to the Wild Mother, had a brief vision. And as you camped out that evening, you all shared a communal dream of a scene from before the calamity, millennia earlier at least, of the natives of the area, and seemed to be in dwarves and elves, worshippers of Arathis and the Wild Mother, defending themselves against a onslaught of aberrations, some of which seemed familiar to you, some of which seemed new, but all led by a figure that at least one of you is familiar with and has seen before, but an ancient Delkir, whose influence still seems to permeate the region. The remainder of your trek was uneventful, and you now find yourselves in the late afternoon near the source of this river, of the Dolithil River, for lack of a better term. And what appears to be in a narrow canyon, a series of caves, perhaps a warren for some kind of insect. I believe you all had surmised bees, giant bees, but there doesn't seem to be anything
We'll take the bees, please.
living.
One bees, please.
A brief bit of concentration and meditation by Velis discovers that there is indeed an aberrant presence, a number of miles below the surface, deeper into the mountains. But this seems to be at least the nearest entry point into the Underdark. And the Mind Flayer colony where Saram is being held prisoner.
How large are these holes again?
They are large enough. They are large enough for you to. Some of them are bigger enough to like walk in. Some of them are a bit smaller that you'll have to duck a little bit. Leah and Hegan will probably have to duck regardless.
Mm-hmm. And when you say near the source of the river, is that...
You can see that the river, it basically, it looks like it's coming out of the mountains up ahead, sort of at the end of this series. The cavern narrows to a point where it's basically, there's just a little bit of a waterfall of the river coming down, seemingly from some source in the mountain, like in the mountainside itself.
Well, I guess this is the point where we head underground.
There doesn't seem to be much other option, I don't think.
It seems so.
Well, it looks like we have plenty of options, actually.
Well,
Options other than heading underground.
I don't know if we can tell at all whether some of these are just dead ends or
I mean, I can
get us
send
somewhere.
Brightwing a ways down if we want to wait and see. Certainly try that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody has any options for.
I don't know how you would.
Being more efficient than sending a familiar down one
Does anyone have commune with
at a
nature?
time. Yeah.
That is too
Yeah,
high
but if
level
you
for
think
me.
Yeah.
A flying Pegasus.
I'm
isn't
sorry, this is
super
the wrong
obvious.
Cortanus to be able to commune with nature. I'm sorry, that's Wednesday.
I was like, I'm not high enough level. I think I can eventually, but give me like 5 levels. Because
Well, I would say Leah's I think just raw proficiency with nature and her familiarity with
Can I just
the
swap
natural
places with
world.
myself like
I
really
mean, I'm
quick?
familiar with like stonework and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
These are not humanoid made caves. And as you all sort of look and observe them, they seem natural-ish. Not like through geological formation, but like artificially created. But Leah, your instinct tells you that this seems to be a warren or hive of some kind. Looking at the patterns and looking at
bees.
So bees!
Bees?
Giant bees.
Large bees.
So yeah, Leah will just say, I mean, this appears to be a hive or a den at the very least, so I would assume that these all lead somewhere, potentially all the same place, who knows, but in my experience, intelligent creatures seem to be the ones who would intentionally mislead. Animals seem to burrow with a purpose, so I don't know where they lead, but
It doesn't really matter where they lead as long as they intersect with something bigger, which is likely.
yes.
Well, then we can just pick one, send the familiar on a little ahead of us, but otherwise follow not too far behind if they're all just gonna.
Maybe try not to wake up some very large bees.
Oh, they're extremely large bees in the Underdark, fellas.
I've never seen them, but I don't put anything past the fuckery I run into with you all.
Fair enough.
Well then.
I mean, we are pretty familiar with aberrant insects, like creatures.
Meeny, meeny,
I
miny,
would
moe,
rather
then.
not be, but yes.
Just pick the biggest one.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. I don't know how much good I'm gonna be down there in keeping us away from things. The last time
everywhere.
But the last time I got too close to a mind flare, it felt me poking around, and I don't think I want to alert them if there's anything like that there.
Wiria is going to go ahead and send Brightwing down the largest tunnel and tell Brightwing to let her know if he sees anything other than like tunnel.
Here we go. Find some bees.
Don't find me. Don't say. That's not.
Please be quiet, Brightwing.
That's telepathic, by the way.
Okay. It's only Wiria just.
Wiria just says.
No, everyone can hear that.
Oh no.
But Brightwing, sort of in as jaunty a way as he can, just sort of like fly. And I don't know if you sort of see through his eyes.
No, I just asked him to let me know if he sees anything other than tunnel, because
Gotcha.
Wiria wants to be able to use her own eyes.
Gotcha. Few moments later, it's just more tunnels. Few moments later, just more tunnels. It's really boring. There's nothing to murder here. So a couple
I'm
of minutes
very
go by.
sorry.
And eventually he ends up flying out like a different cave entrance a little bit higher up. And like flies out one and kind of like flies into another. And you just hear just reports of just empty. Like it is empty, but it looks like it was dug out by something. And then like he comes out the opposite side, flies across. It's like Scooby-Doo, kind of like the door hallway thing where he's just kind of crisscrossing. So probably a good 10-15 minutes of him exploring in and out.
Yakety sacks in our
and
heads.
yeah, a little bit. And it's a whole lot of nothing. Like to the point where, he's like, okay, like this is a little creepy.
You're not wrong.
Whatever it
Did
is,
they
long
just-
gone.
Automatically loop around, or were there any forks in there?
It's basically the exposed upper area of some kind of hive or nest. So there are some that kind of just naturally loop down and around underneath the surface, is what he determined. And there are, based on the like what he would guess, there are probably caves somewhere that go deeper into the mountains. But he was mostly just kind of sticking to within 100 feet ish of Wuria.
Well, as we know, there's nothing immediate.
Well, we do want to find our way deeper down.
Did you see any paths that looked like they might go deeper, Brightwing, that we can start with?
Mm-hmm. I'm not going down there alone, though.
All right, we'll come with you.
Okay. So, Velis,
Yep.
you are very experienced with navigating the Underdark.
Yep.
And with your abilities now, and you can basically pinpoint that source. But it's much stronger and more focused than what you've experienced before. So when you were in the Shadowfell and there was that strange distributed sort of background noise, it was loud in the sense of just a lot of it all around you. This is such a powerful concentration of that it's very difficult to miss. And so you can use that to guide you.
I'll use it for at least the first few miles, but I don't want to keep it up once I start to get too close, because I don't want to tip anything off.
I was going to say, stretching out your senses like that specifically to a mind flayer colony, your instincts are to not do that.
Yeah, no.
But what that means is that for the first couple of miles, your travel will be more direct. But the last couple, you'll have to rely less on those preternatural Gloomstalker senses and more on just your experience in surviving in the Underdark. Because there is not likely to be a direct path from point A to point B. But from here, you can orient yourself. And if you step into one of these caves, as I mentioned, Leah and Hegan are both going to have to hunch over a little bit. Leah, your best bet on closer examination is this may have been a hive for maybe some giant ants or similar type of collective giant insect, based on the
burrowing patterns.
Yeah, kind of like the burrowing patterns. There's a lot of evidence of there used to be stuff here, but it has been a very long time since there's anything that's been like living in these tunnels and caves. It's quiet and it is dark. Not all of you can see in the dark. So
Yeah.
how are you going to resolve that as you move deeper down
Does
underground?
Elias want to
I mean, Elias has light.
Elias
Yeah.
has light, so he can cast light.
Yeah. But I'll stay
And
towards the
that
front
gives
with her
you-
goggles as best as possible
Okay.
to keep an eye on things. With
W-
Velas.
Wiria is going to have Brightwing stay a little bit ahead, just as a
Okay.
early warning
I-
system, basically.
Would
Mhm.
rather not send Brightwing too far ahead because I don't
Yeah.
know how sneaky they can be.
Just a little bit.
Well, I mean, like permanently invisible is pretty sneaky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. I
Yeah.
forgot that Brightwing is always invisible.
Yeah, Brightwing's
Yeah.
not a normal familiar.
He has a lot of personality and he's invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Mostly a lot of
I mean,
personality.
and I'm not thinking like way far ahead. I'm just
hey,
thinking far
Nos.
enough ahead
Thanks.
that like if something suddenly shows up, we have, a minute or two, just a brief bit of
Right.
warning. So it's not like I'm sending Brightwing out to scout
Hmm.
and alert things. It's just an alert for us, basically.
You like have a permanent alarm in your head.
Yeah, I have a permanent murderous alarm in my brain.
Okay. The light is enough for all of you to be able to sort of see the eventual transition of this giant ant carved warren give way to more natural stone. And you've seen Velis move around in the dark. You've even seen Velis move around in caves.
Not
But
anymore,
there's-
though. We can't see him when he's invisible in the darkness now.
Technically not anymore.
Forgot about that.
But to see him in the Underdark,
I mean, I can.
literally stalking
Okay, you two can.
through the
Yeah,
gloom.
where and Aiden can.
Despite all of his protestations otherwise, he very much seems in his element here, and is guiding you through a number of natural caves. Sometimes they get fairly narrow, so much so that Keegan and Leah kind of have to actually like get down on all fours and kind of crawl through certain openings. But at the same time, occasionally you reach caverns where even Wuria and Aiden can't see the furthest ends of them because they're just so wide and expensive. Probably it's slow going, just because it's not a direct route, and there is once or twice a bit of double backing of retracing steps as you kind of uncover a dead end of sorts. But after a couple of hours, which in the dark it's hard to tell, but you would presume that it's gotten to the evening back up on the surface. Velis, you'd estimate that you're maybe close to a mile down, less than a mile distant. But as you are navigating a cave, there is a bit of sort of a low, sort of bluish violet light that Velis you recognize almost instantly as a result of like a phosphorescent moss. Just sort of other than the occasional drip of water, generally smelling a little bit dry and occasionally more dank in some other places. This is probably the first evidence of any sort of living anything that you've really encountered. Everything has been various stones and minerals that you've encountered. And as you near this kind of sort of like a crest in the passage that you're reaching, you can see that it's a bit of moss that is collected in the wall of the end of the cave ahead. And you can see that the moss is actually collected in what look to be cracks of worked stone. Very old worked stone. Aiden, I would say you'd be able to recognize this is very likely an old dwarven, at least perhaps some level of architecture. Just in terms of the style, it's a perfect square cut, 6 feet high, 6 feet wide, with very, very large, heavy slabs that are uniformly, evenly cut.
I would definitely call Aiden up and just ask, is this anything important?
It's dwarven, so it may just be something left here. Can I tell? Is it just like a wall?
So
Or-
it's the cave that you're in. It's sort of like a large natural cave that you're kind of moving along one side. You can both you and Waria, you can see the ceiling and floor. It's not so big that you can't see it, but you're just kind of moving along one side, and as it narrows at one end, it looks like it might like go up a little bit.
But is it
There's
like an outside wall of another structure that's like?
It looks as if it's like a side passage to the cave that's natural stone that then opens up into what looks to be worked stone, like an internal passage of some kind.
So basically, following the tunnel, we would more be heading into a built structure rather than just a cave.
It looks like there might be some kind of side, like an actual passage of some kind that might be running parallel to what you're in. The natural cave starts moving upwards that you can see, but then there's this side passage that opens up into this dwarven built hallway, it looks, and that's where you can see some of that moss.
Is there anything from like the iconography that I would tell what sort of structure it is?
There isn't any iconography. You're mostly basing it off of the dimensions and physicality of the worked stone that you see, but there's no markings, at least not in this small little passage that you know. It looks, judging by the environment, it looks just over time that a bit of water must have worn its way down and eventually over time widened and cracked with maybe earthquakes or something like that. But this is not an intentional opening here. The walls are a little bit rough and you can see bits of stone and whatnot. So this is a passageway that seems to be adjacent to the natural caves, but it's
the more likely path to take if we want to go deeper.
Possibly.
Does it seem to
knowing
follow
the
the direction that of the ping that I had could have been tracking?
The ping is still, I would say, it feels like it was 5 to 6 miles deep and about 2 to 3 miles further south into the central, the most highest peaks of the Sirius Mountains of that range. And so you're, say, a mile down and maybe about halfway between where you started horizontally.
Would I have any knowledge of any significant dwarven civilizations in this part of the continent?
There were a number. So there are basically, there's, other than the Uthadern dwarves,
That's like the other
and
direction.
that's well, I mean, when you say this part of the continent, there was,
Well, I mean, like this mountain area specifically.
there were dwarves way back when that initially started the Dolithil mine and the settlement that was Guarden before the elves came.
That's
like the elves,
true.
they kind of like took over Guarden and then made it theirs. whatever it used to be called is long since passed out of memory. So there was a number of dwarves here in the past. And then if those visions that you had all had was of any indication, there were dwarves here at least a while ago.
Does it have the same kind of... Is there enough details that at least I can...
At this
if it
point,
has
it's
any...
just a bare passage. That's like
Yeah.
you're going from natural stone to, oh, this is actually like quarried and cut stone that's been put into passages. And based on the dimensions and the sort of precision, it feels much more dwarven than human or anything else.
It's definitely dwarven. Other than that, kind of hard to tell from just this much.
Oh,
Do we go that way or up or?
If anything, knowing that it is made at least means that it is made to go somewhere, as opposed to potentially the natural ones.
Yeah.
Just let me keep an eye out. Places like this, kind of place you run into traps.
Keeping an eye out is
Also, the
generally
kind of place
the
that
best
might
way.
have stuff hidden behind traps.
That's true too. Kind of going along with what Brendan said about Velas being in his element, I think there's definitely like a clear sort of posture change that he doesn't even realize he's doing. Just very, very focused. Just immediately on being in a place like this.
It's like a cat with its tail, just sort of like
he's. I always
And he's got the
picture
cat
his
eyes.
body very kind of like loose and casual, and that's not at all what this is.
you were 100% on guard.
Yeah. This is not playing around. This is hunting.
The last check-in would not have detected any aberrations nearby. I mean, there are a few pings, but like small and distant. So whatever's here, if there is anything, is not an aberration.
You just keep going. Careful.
Always.
I'll keep an eye out for traps along the way.
Fine with
Okay.
me. I imagine since Velas is basically invisible to half the party, that like somebody like I'm probably Aiden is like directly behind him, so the rest of the party has someone to follow.
I would very much like if I could just make that optional.
Yeah, I'm just
but
listening.
I literally
but...
can't. It's just a class
too
feature that
sneaky.
I'm literally invisible.
Yeah.
Right.
Only Aiden and Wiria can, Hegan can probably see you with true sight.
He can see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aiden,
Just
Wiria,
you
and Hegan
were
can make
invisible
sure
to any creature that relies on dark vision. So
yeah,
that's
Aiden, Wiria, and Hegan can keep track of Velas for everybody.
Yeah.
else.
Pernell's
But,
assuming
like,
that they're
he
keeping an
keeps-
eye on him.
He every time he like comes back to check in, he keeps just showing up like out of like almost apparating out of the darkness for Pernell and Leah and Elias.
The
just sort of,
first few times it caused her to jump. I think she's gotten used to it by now.
right. He's just there all of a sudden. Although I'd imagine Wuria and Aiden probably start actually mentioning something. Or at least Wuria would. Aiden would just keep running for
It depends.
We're gonna be like, Belle's coming back.
Yeah. I don't know.
Thank you, Wuria.
I would imagine Aiden would get a kick out of.
I mean, he probably wouldn't have been thinking about it until the people start jumping. And then,
Right.
Okay.
Be amused. Okay.
yeah. Keep going.
Speaking of
Keep
Egan
going.
being able to,
Yay.
Wait, what is
Egan.
Egan able to do? What?
he's able to
You
see
can me
Velas.
because I'm literally
Oh.
invisible
Oh, yes.
in darkness.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, are you turning into the dwarven passageway, or are you continuing through the natural caverns?
Passageway seemed like the way to go.
Sounded like we were going with the passageway. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. The worked stone passage goes on for quite a while. You're not quite sure where this particular passageway was going to, or I guess where you're coming from or where you're going to.
I'm
but
definitely
Velis-
keeping an eye out for details or iconography
I'm
that
just
will
watching.
inform
Right.
the purpose of this particular structure.
Gotcha. So far, it is just simple worked stone, well made, but plain. But I would say I'll go ahead and Velis, make a nature check.
Come on, Vex. Nope.
Oh.
That's a 6.
I'll actually give Aiden an opportunity to do this as well, but more like just a general intelligence check. Because I'm trying to think, it wouldn't really be Arcana or history.
I mean, I don't have proficiency in nature anyway, so it'd
Right.
basically just be intelligence.
Yeah.
That rolled into the bag. Nice.
Okay.
All
Good
the dice. You rolled all the
17.
dice.
That
Right.
dice did not want to be there.
Velis has spent a significant amount of time in the Underdark and is familiar with its dangers. You've spent a significant amount of time delving around ancient ruins. And so the thing about ancient ruins is that there used to be people that lived in them. And so as and Velis, I don't know if you definitely would recognize this and notice this, but I don't know about anyone else, just because you're not really used to being underground like this. But there is a very almost imperceptible slope. Like if you were to set a marble down, it would very slowly roll. But it's only someone who spent a significant amount of time traveling around underground, or it would be like a dwarf, would be able to tell. And eventually it opens up into what looks to be a sort of a very tall. You're at the top of this, but you can see eventually up ahead it opens up, and as you're traveling, it is silent. Other than your own breaths and footfalls, you are not hearing anything. But you do see that the passage opens up into what seems to be a much, much larger area a ways ahead. And Brightwing reports, if he's up ahead, that it looks like it's an underground city of some kind.
Get
Yeah, I mean,
closer to get a look at that.
And as you all approach, you're kind of coming in. It looks like it is you're at the upper portions of what look to be an immense chasm that it's deeper than you can see in the darkness. And it is much further out than what you can see. But it looks like it is just this massive, easily a good 100 feet wide. Some of it worked stone, some of it natural stone, crisscrossed by a number of bridges. You can see ledges, and it's basically what looks to be, at first glance, an underground dwarven city. Completely dark and completely silent.
Aiden just
And now
kinda
that you've
lets out a low whistle.
and you can hear it like just it's
Yeah, there's
it doesn't even echo because the space is so broad, but you would expect it to echo, but you're guessing something about dwarven architecture. In order to keep the volume down, they've designed this in such a way that it doesn't echo throughout the whole cavern. But
Velis is giving Aiden the look.
you can see now that
Allowed
you're
to be impressed.
looking around. This is old dwarf stuff. This must have been a dwarven city from very likely before the calamity. And you can see in a couple of areas what looks to be some damage as some cave-ins and collapses. There's one or two bridges that look like something may have fallen, or it, not a lot of them have fallen under their own weight. It's dwarven construction, but something like an outside force may have hit it. But this place is very old. And
this is certainly something.
yes.
I think we might have found our forgotten valley.
And Aiden, since you can read can anyone else speak or read Dwarven, by the way, just as a check?
Don't
Nope.
think so. Gnomish,
Nope.
I think, is the only. Nope.
Okay. All right, Aiden, you're going to translate all the things.
Wait.
But
That's my job.
basically, there is
Why do you
a.
Thank
think
you,
I chose
Rosetta
that
Stone.
feature?
Oh yeah. There is a marker on the passageway above you, and you can see now that you're actually immersed into here, you can see a number of motifs like carved into the walls. Like everything in that passageway was very, 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 very simple and straightforward. But now that you've emerged into what seems to be the city proper, now you're seeing more architectural embellishments and things, examples of very old dwarven style architecture, very geometric shape type stuff, very Moria slash all that whole shtick that you can all see. But basically the passageway that you're seeing behind you just
Elias
says,
really is gonna be Pippin.
basically says to the mouth of the river that feeds the valley in a very, and like, again, it's written in common to your perspective, but as you sort of look at it and concentrate a little bit, you're realizing that this is not a commonly spoken dialect of Dwarvish, so it's very old.
Elias is Pippin. That is correct.
Yes. Elias, please do not make a Balrog come out.
we already went the Lord of the Rings route with Velis and Hegan last session, so we're just gonna continue it here.
We had the Palantir, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's true.
That's true.
Now the question is, who is everybody else?
Right.
But
The as you emerge onto what looks to be like it's a large platform. Everything is scoured clean almost. And Aiden, you know that in the Underdark, and especially in old dwarven cities and ruins, whatever used to live there, if it's long since dead, inevitably something else is going to move in, because it's like, oh, hey, someone already built a house. I'm going to move in and live here now. But you're not seeing any evidence of anything like that, of something having still lived here. And especially since you've got fresh water up that passageway. Granted, it's like a 10-15 minute walk, but a source of fresh water in one direction, you'd imagine that there'd be evidence of traffic and stuff moving back and forth. But it's suspiciously
Was the marker
scoured
pointing
clean.
a certain way to the river, or was it like just kind of a label?
It was sort of like a label of just like, this is what passageway is going to, up and out.
Okay.
And it seems as if it's like almost like a trade route of sorts, or like it's explicitly a marked and identified exit of the city, specifically towards this one direction.
Okay.
And you can see, based on the platforms and ramps and things in this particular area, your best guess would be this would be a common embarkation and debarkation point into and out of the city. One of the main entrances and exits. You can see there's a number of fortifications and stuff nearby, but everything is empty and like swept clean in a way. And if there's not any living creature, you do know that there are oozes and such that are and can be commonly found in the Underdark, that can sweep things clean. And so you saw a little bit of moss, but the fact that like everything else other than that one little bit that was in the wall is gone and empty and just bare, your guess that nature / intelligence check that I made is basically like there should be evidence of something living here and there's not.
So it's that old basically that since anything living has been here that there's basically no signs of it.
Right.
Well, should we find a way down?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's like large ramps that lead to either side of the city, and you can see there are, very you can see even though dwarves would be able to see in the dark, there would be a lot of what looked to be like large braziers that would be lit to provide light, taverns or not taverns, lanterns is the word, things like that. But all of it is just empty. There's no no evidence that people were ever here. At least as you kind of descend one of these steps and venture onto one of these big ledges, the sort of this first level, you can see that there are actually like multiple levels that get progressively deeper down this big canyon. But this first sort of what would you'd imagine is like the main thoroughfare of the city with bridges kind of crossing back and forth, is just devoid. You can see what looked to be the equivalent of shops and taverns, barracks, some of them even labeled as such, but there is just nothing to be found. No, there's no wood. You can see there are places where you'd think there would be small bits of well, I don't know, underground dwarven city far away from any actual forest. You probably wouldn't see a lot of wood. It would mostly be everything would be stone or some variation of stonework. But still, very little evidence. There's no bodies. There's no bones. There's no corpses. There's no skeletons. But at the same time, there's also just nothing. It's very empty. And
with how old that I think it is, would I expect to find stuff like that?
If you'd uncovered a ruin that nobody had been to, usually you'd expect to find something. But the fact that there's nothing here, like it's whatever used to live here has long since been gone. But there's usually some evidence of the culture having left something behind. So the fact that there's nothing means that either someone was very thorough when they took everything with them when they left, or whatever came through was very thorough in its scouring of everything.
So more likely a bit of both.
Possibly.
It's
And
clean.
yeah.
I'm gonna message Velis over the brooch so that it's telepathic and just ask him how far he thinks we are from the colony at this point.
How far would I think we are from the colony at this point?
So I would say, like I said, you're about halfway horizontally and about 3.5 to 4 miles vertically. So you've gone a mile and then 2 miles. And it's at this point gotten very, 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 very late in the day, and to the point where it's probably it's been hours and hours.
A few miles still, or maybe halfway there. That.
All right.
But the architecture in here, your best guess, based on just what you can see, easily thousands and thousands of dwarves could have lived here at some point. This wasn't just one clan hall, but rather a full city.
I wonder if this is where that settled Gordon came from.
That would make sense.
'Cause it's a bit of a hike from Gordon or the mines.
It was a bit of a hike from Teliana.
Wow.
about all we
There's
do
a
is hike.
there's a Tayana distance hike, and then there's this. Let's keep going through, I guess.
I'd like to get out of this city before we stop.
I'm still basically keeping my eyes open for any.
I'm uncomfortable.
There's pretty much just forward. You can explore certain side passages, or you can just kind of continue down the main thoroughfare to the other end of where this might end up going. But from what you can intuit, Aiden, whatever center of government this city had is likely on the other end of this chasm. But you're also getting, from looking about, there seems to be a number of mentions of clan halls and like the foundry. Sort of like effectively what would be large landmarks and road signs and going off in different directions. But also a number of places, in addition to the what's sort of just kind of labeled as there's the seat, and that seems to be where they had their government. There's the foundry, which is presumably where a lot of the blacksmithing and stuff would have been done. But there's also the reference to this other place called the Hall, that you see on occasion. Like, it doesn't matter where anything is, there's always like foundry, seat, hall, in different, always those three things mentioned. But even though you can read the words, but that doesn't necessarily have any sort of strength of meaning for you. And it's you've been here walking in this city for a few minutes. There's one more thing I want to impart, and then maybe you can debate about what you want to do, or if you want to just try and leave the city as quickly as possible, if you want to explore anything. But what I would say is explicitly Leah being in tune with nature and such, as well as just lots of small creatures and whatnot. What I would say is this whole time, as you've been moving further and further away from the surface, you're just getting more and more and more of a feeling of just there not being life down here. Just no critters or animals, even like underground ones.
Would that seem strange to me, especially knowing that we're getting close to Mind Flayer colony, though?
Mind Flayer colonies don't necessarily concern themselves with Underdark flora and fauna.
So this is weird.
This is weird. But also, kind of similar to what you experienced in Teliana. It's not necessarily the mind flayers, but the Delkir aberrations specifically consume and turn a lot of living things into, and it looks as if that influence is extended to the surface already, as what the people in Guarden are experiencing. But if they had already gotten all the way to the experience, all the way to the surface, all the way down the river, and were already influencing some of the surface life, then it seems to make sense that even those giant insect warrens were devoid of any creatures. The pathways down here were devoid of any creatures.
This might be as good a place to hole up as any. Then, if this is what they do, it's going to be like this whether we're in the city or not.
Yeah.
I mean, we put up the dome and
Put up the dome, keep watches.
let's find a good spot that's...
Well, I'm sure
lot of
there's
things like
some kind of structure we can get into that's out of the way.
Oh yeah, you can easily find something that would be even like somewhat fortified and defensible. There's a significant amount of this place that is made to defend against traditional warfare, but you don't really see evidence of traditional warfare having happened. It's just desolate. There's nothing. It's just all just bare stone.
Do we want to check anything before we make camp?
I don't know if there's much to look at, which is the weird thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Pernell's just
so-
been gaping at just all the architecture. That's about it. Just
Talk, gather up some questions. I'll be listening in, but I'll be back in a minute to answer any questions as well as, as you guys said to make camp. Be right back. I appreciate everybody's patience.
It's all good. Waiting on Maggie anyway.
This place feels weird.
in
Anything
one
in
way, this
particular?
one, I would say.
It's just the fact that it's so empty.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, even a group that abandoned a place wouldn't leave it this empty.
I mean, we've seen it before, but
Even scavengers leave
unsettling.
something.
It's unsettling. I don't like it. But I don't think it's going to get better the further we go.
That's no doubt of that.
Why?
Ask your
It's
sword
almost-
that. It seems to be the one with all the answers around here.
I
It's
suspect
sleeping.
the answer to why is the
Unless there was
Delkir,
some
was
kind
it?
of magic that just annihilated everything. I don't know.
I don't know about annihilated it, but just consumed it. Seems to be what these things do.
It's true.
Yeah, they do seem a little more, this particular group, interested in assimilating resources for their own ends.
It's disturbing how well they do it, though. Look, almost like there was no one ever here to begin with.
An ancient dwarven civilization is full of resources.
Yeah, but that's more living resources, not necessarily
Yeah.
anything else. Money, weapons. I don't really see why they need any of that.
Yeah.
You know,
The raw materials, perhaps.
maybe I'm the only one thinking it, but last time we fought one of these things, it was a shell in a tree, and it took divine fire from the Wild Mother to take it out.
Good thing Leah's still here.
Yeah, but this thing is
I'm
still
kidding.
alive,
I know.
presumably. Still whole.
Meaning it's more actively going to be fighting
A
back than
problem.
just
Mhm.
being a tree.
Interesting. Yeah.
Hmm.
Right.
Not that that tree made life easy, but yes.
Well,
That's kind of the point. I mean,
It's been worse.
we're
Unless it became one with the
walking into
mountains
some heavy
somehow.
shit.
That's a pleasant thought. Thank you, Val.
I'm just not sure which one we're going to run into.
Not the one from the
It's the one
vision.
from-
Which
Well,
other?
there's that one, but the other one with the monks that seem to be behind all that.
That's another thought. I mean, we don't even know. The monks could still be around here somewhere, and I wouldn't have any idea.
True.
I mean, I sort of assume some of the monks are somewhere around here. If
I
not,
mean, their
where
whole
are
thing is
they?
adding extra things to their body, so I mean, they might be weaker, but
Yeah.
It depends. I mean, the one we ran into in Guarden, I couldn't sense him at all. Maybe he just wasn't far enough along, but anyway, it doesn't really matter, because I think past here, I shouldn't try. Otherwise, they'll just know exactly where we are.
Which is counterproductive, to be sure.
Right.
Agreed.
And I don't want those things in my head again.
Neither do we.
well, that's almost unavoidable, to be honest.
Mm.
Not if you stab them hard enough first.
I am hoping
See,
that is certainly
and
the
that's
case.
why I gave you the sword tip before. But no, you had to let that into your head.
Says
Yeah,
the
but
one
now
who put it back together.
That was
sort of
always going to
succeeds.
happen.
So maybe that's better than Velis having part of it.
All I'm saying is, we're going in blind from here. So, I don't think I have to tell us to keep our guard up, but
I think that's a given.
Yes. Especially down here.
Brendan is back. Have I felt anything further from my sword, or is he still recovering?
I was just kind of waiting. It's awake.
Okay.
Just been sort of. You get the general sense that it's sort of like observing quietly everything.
can it give us any kind of an insight? This is to Aiden on which one we might be running into, or both. Fuck, I hope it's not both.
Yeah.
Seems less than ideal.
I might just ask him if he has any memories concerning this place from his other life.
You get his voice coming to you in your head. And it's the same but different. There's a richness to it, sort of an underlying strength that it didn't really seem to have before.
Surround
real
sound.
Maybe that, maybe a sense of identity. But you hear and think very much sort of a Dean style casual, but at the same time always smirking. There were dwarves, but this wasn't really my bag. This was all Dern's shtick.
So what, did he wipe him out? Did he take him under his control? And
No, what wiped them out? I mean, clearly you can look around, but the way
This is too
the way they
thorough
work.
of a wiping out.
Well, the way they work is they take everything. Take the mind, they take the spirit, and they take the body, and they consume it as raw material for creation. I have memories, but it's almost as if they're someone else's. I mean, they are. Like, I'm not Weirlock.
Well, that's why I asked about your other life.
Right. But this is kind of the thing. They consume everything, every living thing. If it can move, breathe, whatever, they turn it into raw material. They destroy and warp life. So I mean, it's what happened in Teliana. It's what happened here. And eastward. Here there were a couple of main bastions of life and civilization that the chained oblivion couldn't bear. And so the Dalkir were created. We were created. They were created. That's still kind of weird. But yeah, don't wanna be near them too long, because everything gets eaten up.
So more likely to run into Durin if he's still around.
I don't know. I mean, your buddy Velis, if he's down there, I'd be able to sense him. But
Yeah,
that's
pretty obvious difference between a mind flayer and one of them.
yeah. I mean, the mind flayers are his creations, but this doesn't feel like exactly like them. And I don't know if we're gonna, I don't know. But Belashara, you all killed. He failed to take Teliana.
Well, that was Kaizen. I feel like the names
That
keep
was
getting
Kaizen.
switched around.
That was just me getting my own.
Yeah.
Yeah. The names do keep getting switched around. Kaizen, yes. It's all a blur. You know what I'm talking about.
DM brain is hard.
Yeah, it is. Because that's like in my, like, those notes, that's like one of my physical notebooks. I haven't that's too long ago for me to have in my Google sheet. But yeah.
I'm almost done with this notebook.
I don't know. I feel that we're getting closer to something, but I don't know.
Well, feel free to pipe up when you know something useful.
All right. Sometimes you just got to know which
That's a
question to
thing.
ask. I don't know. Are there any burning questions on the top of your mind?
Plenty, but for another time.
All right.
I
mean,
yeah. So
but like, it this place is pretty empty. But I mean, you know dwarves, right? They always have something hidden away.
Always.
Just saying.
Basically just to the rest of the group. Well, he seems pretty positive that this is Delcure work,
Great.
That tracks.
but he doesn't think we will run into him.
Really?
Interesting.
It's actually kind of nice.
In a sense.
Well, I mean, Velos would know it if it wasn't
I
a mind
know
flayer.
got a really strong sense down there, but did it feel Delcure-like?
You have not encountered a full-fledged intact Delcure.
Right.
You've interacted with a partial spirit of one.
Did it feel
The
similar to what the
remnants
corruption
of
from
one.
Kaizen felt at all? In any way?
No.
Okay.
Powerful.
Mm.
Psychic. But then again, that's also a mind flayer colony, so you know they've got an elder brain.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the mind flayer that Aiden had been talking to that had briefly appeared with that giant worm.
Right. That one was weird.
Yeah, that was not a normal looking mind flayer.
There's been a couple weird mind flares around
Yeah.
here. Because there was that blue one, too. All right.
Great, corrupted mind flayers, just what we always wanted.
Not just a
Yay.
mind flayer colony, it's a colony of
Corrupted
super
or
mind flayers.
enhanced.
Super mind players.
Enhanced is...
Like I said,
I mean,
Chernobyl.
yeah, I suppose it's whether depends on how you define corrupted in conjunction with mind flayer.
With regard to any
Worse
aberration.
than usual.
Oh, but
More of a threat, more
Well,
terrible than normal.
so the assumption is we're not walking into Delcure, which
I wouldn't
Not
assume
presently.
anything. I mean, those
That
things...
doesn't mean he can't just show up.
Right.
But doesn't seem to be around right now.
These things come from another plane, right? What's to stop them
Fair
from
enough.
just coming in, especially if these mind flayers are somehow connected to him. All they have to do is say, hey, some people are fucking shit up, and he could just pop in at any moment. I think we need to be prepared for that.
well,
I don't really know how much you could prepare for that other
I
than
don't know.
Well,
just be aware
Not-
of the possibility.
not be
about that.
surprised.
yeah, no, that's sort of, I was like, I don't know how to prepare for sudden Delcure, so
Be preparing for sudden
I guess it would be
Delcure,
more like
Is the way we prepare for anything. See it coming and attempt to stab it.
your
Aptly put.
approach is
Well,
That
Could be
sounds
more your
straightforward
approach to it.
for now.
I cannot particularly stab things, and she just brings out a blade and just slings a hand.
also
Stab
cannot
it.
stab
Try
things.
hard enough, Cornell.
You got corners.
I also
They're
don't do a
blunt.
lot of stabbing, but
That just means that it hurts more if you stab with it. If you're
That's
doing it
true.
right.
if you stab hard
That is
enough,
supposed
it's
to
true. That
incapacitate and not properly stab. That is what that is for.
right. I think Felis's point is if you put enough force behind it, it's still stabbing and is really unpleasant.
Fair enough.
Moving along.
Anything's a piercing weapon if you try hard enough.
Well, hi, Elias. Somebody quote that, please, for me, Tommy. Anything
yeah.
is a piercing weapon if you try hard enough.
Nice.
That needs to be a card.
That too. Well, however we
Yeah,
put that.
you can't really
Yeah, it's hard to.
translate that.
You
to
can make that a card.
Anything is a
Blank.
blank if you try hard enough.
Yeah.
It's a black
Hard
card.
enough.
Yeah. All right, so make camp, keep watch, continue on in whatever the morning
20.
is when we're underground and there's no sun. And
Trisha, your camera is hilariously frozen. I just
I
Little
see
bit.
that on Roll20. I don't know why, but I see it.
She's singing us a song.
Oh.
G.I. Joe.
The sun'll come out. Anyway, let me refresh Roll20 to see if it unfreezes my camera.
We should get some rest, though.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's taking first watch?
I will.
Mhm.
I think we should double up on watches.
Yeah.
I
But now I'll
just
take the
forgot.
last.
We're able to take a watch in the dome because that's, I mean, not that necessarily we want to be outside the dome,
Can-
but she can.
Elias can take a watch. I'm not 100% sure what is happening at this exact moment because I just got here. But
We found dead
I heard
Moria.
something about
Deader
Moria.
Moria.
Deader
Deader
Moria.
Deader Moria.
Good.
Yeah.
Nothing
Amber,
fucking
Imagine
there.
Moria, but without the skeletons and cobwebs.
Yeah.
Basically.
Or book. There's
And
no book.
we are sitting in.
It's move-in ready.
We are
Oh,
sitting
no.
in an empty
No.
building and taking a nap.
And
Yeah.
Weria is doming it up.
Okay.
She would, by the way, make the dome from the outside look as much like rock
Stone.
as she can.
Mhm.
We're
Okay.
inside a building, right? We went into
Yeah,
For,
we were gonna get cover. Yeah,
Well, we want to
it's
double on
probably
Hito
like
take a watch too.
we should.
I mean, I'll take a watch at some point.
okay.
Mhm.
Well, who's on first watch with Velis?
I mean, Aiden has
I don't know.
things on his mind, so.
I mean,
I
Leah
can.
can.
can. I don't think we really care who's on which
Yeah.
watch. I think
Yeah.
that's the thing.
Leah
I
can
can.
take
I'd say
watch.
Elias
Someone
can,
just
since that seems to happen a lot. I don't know.
Leah will
This
do
is
it.
why we don't have our
Leah's
Leah
in.
can do it.
Yeah, we need to figure
Someone
this
just
shit out.
Yeah.
I picked
Mhm.
third since I knew Velis took first. So
Leah can
Who's
do
on first watch?
Leah and Velis.
Leah and Velis.
What's on
We have
second? I
decided.
don't know. Who's on third.
third base.
Keegan will go second.
Okay.
I'll take third.
Weria will
Alright.
take second with Hegan.
I can take second with Egan.
Oh,
Oh,
No, we got
all
three.
the seconds.
Well,
Second one's
let's,
threesome.
There's nothing to say you can't have through people.
That's true.
Yeah.
correct.
The more the merrier.
20 is being really
What?
freezy right now.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
see that.
Oh yeah, I dropped a couple
Oof.
people. Owie.
First watch
Okay. Well,
is rather uneventful.
I think I'm back.
Those of you on second watch, your best
The
sense
trio.
this is
Hmm?
the perhaps the middle of the evening, middle of the night.
20.
On or what you would presume to be about midnight. You can all begin to hear the distinct sound of a hammer striking an anvil. It's not one hammer, it's many hammers. Striking
it-
in unison.
Coming from a particular direction?
Out a ways. But it's echoing, which is unusual because nothing has actually echoed in here. Not your voices or your footsteps, but something about it echoes. And along with it, in a very deep baritone, you can hear the sound of dozens and dozens and dozens of a sound to be like dwarves singing some song in time with the rhythmic hammering. Now, Aiden can read Dwarven.
Yeah, I was
Diggy,
sorry,
diggy
can't help you
hole.
with this one, guys.
Yeah.
I am a
But-
dwarf and I'm digging a hole.
Yeah.
You can't understand the words, but it's strong and rhythmic and interwoven with the repeated hammering. And
It's okay, they're just singing the dwarf song from Cinderella or Snow White.
Hi-ho.
It's a little bit more
Than
Tolkien-esque than Disney.
So I'm a dwarf digging a hole, diggy hole.
It's not quite that, but there's
A little
sort of
more,
a rise, a
yeah.
natural rise and crescendo. But as that is sort of ringing and echoing throughout the main cavern, the main canyon of sorts, you can see for the first time in a very long time, light begin to illuminate. Pale ghost light of dwarves. Some of them walking, some of them moving, drifting.
So it's just Moria combined with whatever the other place was with the ghost army.
Aesthetically speaking,
was it
100%
oh,
yes.
Thanks, I hate it.
I just blanked on.
Hmm?
Yeah. Sorry, I missed a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
My internet has.
Discord is
There's
being
ghost
cranky.
dwarves, and there's
Oh,
ghost
hi.
dwarves that are singing, and there's hammering going on. The song itself kind of continues for a little while, but as the song begins to like quiet down and seem to wrap up and end, the figures and stuff themselves begin to fade away as well. And all in all, it really only lasts 2 or 3 minutes.
That's it.
Well,
Then,
was
has Weary ever heard stories of weird ghost places? That's all I can think of.
A lot of ghost stories, but this is a new one.
Yeah.
Well, that was truly unique.
Oh, so you could see them too.
Yes,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
hear them.
and here, yeah.
I can never tell what you guys can get.
No, I heard and saw. I'm guessing Elias wouldn't have heard of any not being from Wildemount. Probably not.
Mm-mm.
No, I
Heard
don't know
any
a whole
kind
lot
of
about.
stories about.
Like, I mean, an entire city
Beyond-
coming alive with
Yeah.
ghosts, and then
For like a few minutes.
A few minutes.
for a few
yeah.
minutes, and like that was unusual.
Yeah.
Well,
That happened.
Yeah. So that happened.
feel like this is information we should probably share with everyone in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be
I mean, they
causing any
didn't seem to
immediate
be
Threat,
danger.
yeah.
just
Yeah.
very
Just
strange.
odd.
Place is just super haunted. Not surprising.
Mm-hmm.
That is fair. As empty as it is, the haunting is almost more. I don't know if it's more appropriate or stranger.
Yeah.
It's sort of both at the
I
same
think
time.
It's odd that it was just for a couple minutes.
The music is also.
Yeah.
It was tied to that music. The music fade. I don't know. I feel like music and
I feel like
magic.
Elias
and...
probably know about like
The bard is like music and magic.
Yeah.
Almost like a voiceless, dirge-filled, darkened halls.
This does
sometimes
seem.
ghosts can be spirits can be tied to, you know.
I mean,
moments
do
or
think
memories. So.
I do think we can sort of say Forgotten Valley singing. I think this is where we're supposed to be.
Yeah, just a little bit left in that.
Voiceless dirge, darkened halls. So we just have to find those endless falls, I guess.
Guess so.
We keep going.
Well, I suppose, as I said, just we'll tell everyone in the morning, or tell Aiden and Pernell when they wake for watch.
When they
So
take
they're
their watch. Yeah.
aware.
Yeah. You know, they don't seem to be hostile. Just
No, they just existed and sang.
Seen worse things on watch.
That's very true.
Worse, yes. This might be one of the strangest things I've seen on watch, though.
I don't know. I had some pretty strange watches in the Shadowfell.
That's true.
That's fair. It was also very strange. I think we just get a lot of strange.
That's how we roll.
I think we have exhausted our ability to talk.
So how are you?
That was a weird thing. How you doing?
And we're all too weirded out to actually have like actual conversations after that.
We're just like, that was loud. And that was weird.
So that happened.
Where may like very, very quietly hum the tune a little bit.
That's not unsettling at all.
I feel like
It's very distinctive.
I feel like if she does that, like Keegan and Elias,
I need sheet music right now. I'm gonna write this down.
Where it stops and says, "Fine, I'll hum it when it's light out."
It's stuck in my head too, but like
maybe don't. Yeah.
Seems like something to remember.
Yeah, when we're all awake and
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'll wait for morning. And she like bites her lip to keep from humming because she's a fucking bard.
You're like, Brightwing, keep that tune in my head all night so I don't forget it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, she probably makes some notations because you know.
Sure. The third watch passes uneventfully as the first one did.
Tell us about random singing.
No random singing.
At some point during my watch, I'll probably pause it to the sword. Specifically about the tadpoles.
Oh yeah, Ceramorphosis. It's a nasty business. Yeah, so normal magic isn't gonna cut it. You need someone or something with similar sort of mind powers as mind flayers do. It's really rare.
Anything you can do?
Oh, unfortunately, I don't. It's a thing about those things is that something about being a person and having a will and a mind. I'm more of a spirit in a sword, and I'm not even sure if I'm an actual spirit. It's I don't know what I am actually, because I'm not what I was, and I'm not what you made me.
Existential crisis in the middle of the night.
Right, this poor sword is just like.
What I do know is that I definitely want to see as many of the Delkir that you can find dead. And I don't know. That's I'm still figuring myself out. But you know, I don't know how cooperative you're gonna find any mind flayers. They tend not to be. They're really hard to control too. But if you can find someone else with some kind of similar mental abilities, they can render it dormant. Not dormant. Basically, they can kill it. And then it should just get absorbed by the body. probably don't want to think about that too much, but it takes
And how likely is that to find somebody?
It is a rare gift among people to be able to wield that kind of psionic power that the mind
don't
flayers
count
wield.
on it.
I'm sure someone somewhere, but few and far between.
Great. Thanks for that.
These abilities don't always come from Dalkier, but it is a common side effect. So, if you're going into a whole nest of mind flayers, who knows what kind of things you'll find.
Even let out an audible sigh.
Something wrong?
Now that my sword seems to have all his memories back, seeing if he knew anything more about getting one of those tadpoles out of somebody.
Any luck?
Does nothing more than we already knew. Not anything.
Well, now you know at least you don't have to have a mind flayer.
My conversation with you is done.
Nothing more. Well, I was somewhat hoping we would find something along the way here, especially given, well, all of this. This is just kind of like looking at the closest, I guess, building structure that they have here. Just kind of walking over, like poking anything. Yep. Oh, sorry.
It's I would imagine in one of your lifetimes you've probably spent time around dwarves or underground, but this doesn't seem any particular familiar. I mean, it feels and looks dwarven,
right?
But not anything that you had encountered.
Well, who knows? I'd just not be deep enough yet.
I'm sure that shall come soon enough.
Yeah. I was thinking we go back into training a bit more in earnest. Got kind of distracted from it, I guess.
Well, there was much distract.
Well, when you have a full sword, it's a lot easier to work with.
Yes, I suppose so. She just kind of like grins at the fact that her swords are like 3/4 of what of what one should be normally, but very well. Are you still considering using both, or?
Well, why not? If anything, it's another tactic.
That it is. And I shall admit, you did quite well with just having the piece of either, so I'm interested to see how things shall go with the full.
All right, then.
Though hopefully no waking up any odd dwarven spirits.
There's not likely to be anything here.
Perhaps not now, but given what they told us.
Did they mention that
I would
during the
assume they
switch,
did.
or were they not going to
we
bring it
said
up
we were
until...
going to at least
Yeah,
give you
that's
the
what
quick
Heads
quick
up that,
version.
like,
Yeah.
Okay.
there may be some singing ghosts.
We'll tell you more in the morning. Clunk.
Well, at the very least, it's a sign we're in the right place.
Yeah.
Very true. Well then, if you would care to try.
All right.
Do some sparring. Probably a little bit away from the dome to not have clanging of swords. It's very quiet here.
Mm-hmm. Sound almost seems to be absorbed a little bit.
It'd be almost unnerving. Awkward sparring.
If you'd like me to narrate a little bit and have everyone wake up, or if you guys want to carry something through with that, let me know.
Oh, I was done.
Okay. All
I
right.
just have one small thing.
Sure.
I think that Velas probably would have stayed up for maybe through about half of the second watch. Laid down,
Mhm.
but just laid awake for several hours. Just thinking about the dream from the Raven Queen. About the Mind Flayer. And stabbing it in the face, and thinking about how that's not how it actually went down, in reality, but kind of focusing on that memory and that version over the rest. Just thinking about it for a few hours.
It is a fitful night. But eventually, at some point, without the sun waking all of you up naturally, I would imagine it's probably Purnell's internal clock that says, wake up, time to do your exercises. That really kicks off the morning.
No, she's already awake at the time, but like, oh right, it's now. It's been
Yeah.
about
Workout time.
Yep.
Mhm.
As everyone wakes up, Waria's gonna look around at everybody and say, well, Elias, Hegan and I had an interesting experience last night.
Yeah,
Oh yes, we did not hear any of the singing you spoke of.
that's good.
I heard some of that.
There were... I mean, it wasn't just hearing.
No, yeah,
There were ghosts.
saw them,
Yeah.
and it was
And the sound echoed in a way that nothing else here has.
Yeah.
It was
almost more like
strange.
a memory.
Yeah.
And
Boy.
now that it's morning, Wiria hums a little bit of song.
Better timing, Wiria. Thank
Morning.
you.
Morning. This is a strange place, but I think that's pretty good confirmation that this is where we were looking for.
Certainly seems so. Then what is the next step?
Well,
Endless
I mean,
Falls.
Endless
yeah, echoes mourning across endless falls, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we need to find next is falls, which I assume are waterfalls, though with this kind of rhyme, you never quite know.
Quite no, yeah.
Seems like it's never quite what you expect it to be.
But the rest of it is actually surprisingly literal. I mean, there's no moon or sun here. It's hidden. There were vices
Yep.
echoing. So, falls probably means falls.
Shall certainly take a waterfall over a precipice of some kind.
We're probably going to find a lot of both down
I mean,
here.
usually a waterfall involves a precipice of some kind.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I'm attempting to be optimistic.
Optimism and the Underdark don't exactly go well together.
I support
One
optimism,
can
but
dream.
accuracy also useful. Anyway, so do we want to just continue on? Did we want to look for anything here? Or is it just, let's keep going?
Don't we think
Seems
there
like-
is anything left here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem that way.
Yeah. I
There's
picked up Velis and
ghosts.
Aiden specifically.
Oh yeah, there's ghosts.
Do you want to look for ghosts, Maria?
I mean, I know,
It's
but
been a while since we've
Maybe
gone
there
looking
is,
for
maybe
them.
there isn't, but
From as far as I can
I
tell,
don't
there are
know
no
that
ghosts here.
right now is the time for treasure hunting.
Well, we'll see what we come across.
Sounds like a state treasure to find.
Let's just keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
all right.
The main also think a little sort of like not that compact or bright, but sort of like Iron Forge, in that there's this heavy, thick ledge on which you have rooms and buildings and passages built into the mountain along the way, with a very slight curve. And you continue walking for a little bit. And Aiden, this is where you can start seeing more and more evidence of the center of the city. There's an occasional statue of what look to be previous heads of clans, perhaps, based on the writing and the names. And as you continue on this large main chamber of this city, you do finally get to see the ceiling kind of coming into your view and kind of slowly beginning to slope downwards to kind of maybe meet at some point further ahead that you can't see, that's beyond your sight. But you do see first evidence of the name for this place. The immediate translation in your head is Moonshadow, but it's a little bit rougher than that. Specifically, it references the darker moon, and the old dwarven word for shadow is the same as their word for that moon. So Rundale is the old dwarven for Ruidus, the darker, more distant moon. And so this place, Rundale, Voldoon, roughly translates to the shadow of the shadow moon, sort of a bit of almost a play on words. And after maybe another 10 or 15 minutes of following this large main thoroughfares as the cavern ceiling begins to come down a little bit. You eventually come across what looks to be maybe the seat of where the signs were pointing to this, the seat where they seem to have had their central chambers for their government, or where the clan halls or the clans would meet in one location. And it seems to be this large open amphitheater. And just beyond it, you can see what looks at first, it looks almost like a waterfall carved from stone. But as you get a little bit closer and can start picking out some detail, you can see it's actually a cooled lava fall. And you can see it sort of coming down. And based on what you can see, at some point in the past, that likely was an active lava flow. And so this whole area of the city would have been lit by...
Basically Orzammar.
Very similar in a way. But it is long since cooled, and it's just a frozen lava fall. Just stone in waves kind of dripping down below this sort of large elevated plaza that has just rows and rows and rows of stone seats and kind of like a big open air coliseum of sorts.
Is it coming out of the wall, or is it coming out?
So it's like everything ends. So the large, 20 to 50 foot wide avenues on either side of the chasm start narrowing until at the very end. Here, let me just. I don't have a big map for this because like nobody has a map for this dwarven city that I've made up in my own head. Funnily enough, but I'll sketch out just for reference. So, all right. So I think that is. It's still got some modes. So let's go. Draw shape. All right. So basically, you've got this large. Sorry. Let's go freehand.
Oh, I want to use a
Okay.
thing for temp HP real quick.
Sure.
D10. I'm gonna do it again because that was terrible.
Sure.
Okay, that's better.
Is that okay? That is drawing a mark on the thing.
I rolled a 2 the first time.
So there's like this very, very gentle slope of this. I'm not sure why there's. This is getting really weird. Sorry, I seemingly can't. Well, let's try this doing on the object layer. Maybe that'll work a little better. Freehand. Choose the color. Extra large. Okay. Can you see that big mark in the center of this thing?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's like the sort of gentle curve of where you started on one end and where you're coming at on the final end. So basically, zooming in, you've got basically this here is a big open gap. There's bridges occasionally crossing it. You can see down below, it's sort of as it gets deeper and deeper and deeper, the area gets built out further and further and further until presumably you get to the bottom and there's stuff on there. But it kind of ends the avenues. All of your tokens are kind of just right there in the way. Let me move you all out of the way.
How dare we?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just in the way. And so you've got this big open chamber here with lots of seating. And kind of like, and of course I'm going off the map because I started too high. So you've kind of got like a seating area. It's almost like a big open theater in the round stage kind of thing. And then behind it is just a drop off. And that sort of what looks to be like the frozen waterfall / lava flow is behind it. So, but in the past, when it was an active lava flow, it would have looked really cool and impressive, especially when you had an entire, thing full of dwarves all here. And you imagine it was quite the glorious tableau in ancient times. But now it's just empty.
I want to go up and see what
Dark.
that edge looks like.
It is a precipitous drop that goes really far
Found
down.
it.
Wow.
Beyond where you
Endless
can
falls.
Huh? The
Hmm.
question becomes, where do we go from here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down, I assume.
Down, I was
Question is
thinking
where.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was afraid that would be the case.
I can hop
How?
on Phyla and fly, and
Mhm.
Pernell could fly for a bit, and we have the broom, but that only covers maybe 3 of us? So,
I mean,
Well, depending on how deep it is, I could bring the broom back up to others.
and what's
Well, do we
down
wanna-
there?
Does it look like there would be
Scout it.
any kind of a natural path that would lead further down, even outside of the edge of the city at any point?
You can see what look to be the equivalent of almost like windows, kind of coming like all along the sides. I'm not so. Oh, that's still not. So there are along the sides here at various intervals what look to be what might have been like windows that looked out onto this lava fall. And then, down below underneath similarly. So it looks like the city itself kind of extends downwards a ways. So you very likely could
I mean, we
probably
don't
find
have
ways
to
down
jump
in the
off.
city.
We don't have to jump off the waterfall. We can find a way down through the city, at least some distance.
yeah.
Hmm.
We might as well make this easier on ourselves.
Yeah,
What's
you can
the point of
definitely
that?
go through the city.
Suppose it depends
always
on
go
what is
through the
easier.
median.
There's a couple of people talking at the same time.
Mhm.
I mean, we could always go check out the median there and see what pathways go down.
Let's see where we can get with paths before we start thinking about
Throwing ourselves off of a
that.
endless
I would
fall.
say
I mean,
tis
we
not
have people who
throwing.
can fly and check it out.
Exactly.
It's just a question, how far do you want to go before it becomes impractical to think of other ways?
Hmm. Miri can see further than I can, but
I'm gonna. Well, I can see 120 feet. Did I see a bottom?
No.
Yeah, it's far.
It's endless.
well,
Yeah.
Nothing is endless.
to be fair,
Keegan.
Wiria and like
Obviously
you can
not.
almost get down at least that far by like in 6 seconds with dash, at least with the things that we have for the most
Mhm.
part.
I mean, we got rope and climbing gear.
Do we have that much rope?
No.
I mean, I can certainly.
Let's just look for a way to get a little lower before we think too much on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, is
Well,
there
the-
anything around the amphitheater here that looks like it goes in or down, or should we head back to the crossways?
So nothing in the amphitheater. It looks all like it's outside, but there are plenty of passageways and hallways that lead off that central area that go deeper into the city. thus far you've kind of stayed mostly in this one main area. It's probably like maybe a 30-minute walk from one end to the other in total.
Of the
All
entire
sorts of
city,
side paths.
or
Yeah.
yeah,
This
so it
main
goes
central
down
area.
more than across. Or
Right.
Couldn't we
Most
send
likely.
Brightwing down?
Mm-hmm. You could.
We certainly like that. I was just trying not to interrupt the conversation, but yeah. I mean, we can send Brightwing. If that's what we want to do.
Do that
I
while
I
we
mean,
look
it's
for
worth
some.
a look at least,
Yes,
Okay.
that could be done in tandem.
just to see how far we have to go down
Well,
before.
Yeah, I can sit on Phyla and send Brightwing, and then it doesn't matter that I can't see if I'm seeing through his eyes.
Phyla can fly independently of
Yeah.
your direction.
So that's what Weary will do. She will
Fly down and scout.
No, she will send Brightwing to down to scout. She will hang out on Phyla and look through Brightwing's eyes.
Gotcha. Okay. So Brightwing begins sort of lazy circles, slowly floating down and down and down and down. And you can see descends past where you were able to see. And the windows and such themselves don't go too far down. There's like a number of them. But eventually it becomes just sort of like what may have been at one point some sort of natural cavern carved or opened up from, this lava fall. And he just kind of keeps following it and following it and following it until eventually it opens up into sort of a larger, very wide cavern, too far for him to see in any one direction, with this lava fall kind of falling right into what would have been like the middle of this cavern, and eventually into a whole, basically what would have been an underground lake of lava that's now cooled and it's just all stone.
Well, the falls do technically have an end.
But it's probably a good 800-900 feet.
Okay.
And then maybe another 100 feet down, past the of the cavern. So in total, about 1,000 feet, give or take.
Does it look like we can get down there if I have Brightwing fly around? Like, does it look like we can get down there going through the city, or is there going to have to be some creative?
You don't know that. I mean, the city might descend that far, but when Brightwing emerges into that cavern, like, he just knows that it widens way, 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 way up. He doesn't have your magical sight.
Mm-hmm.
So he just keeps descending until finally he can see that it's cooled lava that just kind of expands, and it's just all around dark, but natural looking cavern.
Okay. Then I have him come back.
Okay.
And do what we were doing before, which is send him a little bit. I mean, we were thinking of going through the city as much as possible. So
Okay.
send him a little bit ahead of us to keep an eye out.
Okay.
And let us know if there's anything different.
Okay. All right.
So I guess we just start down and see what happens. But there is an end to the falls, so that's
about how long?
Good.
1,000 feet or so.
That's a lot of feet.
A long way
That's
down.
a lot of that's a lot of feet.
He
I'm
couldn't
not
really
jumping.
see all that much.
We're gonna need more rope.
It's a big cavern.
Mhm.
But if we can get
As I said, we
partway
have the
through the
broom,
city,
but
if we can lead at least partway through the city, then that's a good start, and then we can see what we need to do from there, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Presumably.
Mhm.
Well, we'll see if there's any kind of signage that might point us in that direction as we go.
Okay. So the signage that you've seen has been this is the seat, this amphitheater area.
Yeah. Where were the signs that pointed toward the foundry? Because that seems like a place that would make use of the lava.
Down. The foundry is
Yeah.
definitely down. And the hall is also down.
I think we should try and head in that direction, at least as a starting point.
Okay. Right. So you begin making your way through the abandoned passageways and streets of this underground dwarven city, following directions best as you can towards everything labeled foundry. Brightwing is intelligent enough to continue, like, once you point out the particular sign that says foundry, to follow that, so he's not constantly having to double back as you're following down. And as you're beginning to make your way through some of these passages, with Brightwing kind of traveling a little bit in advance, you hear sort of an alarmed shout of like, "I'm stuck! Ow! Oh, this burns! Oh, this burns! Ow! Ow! Like, do something!"
Come back, right? Wait, how are
Right.
you stuck?
Yeah.
So you wink him out and then bring him back. And you can see that he is sort of like doing that, like, ow, 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 burn skin dance. And he just said that he got stuck when he was flying and it hurt.
Well, that's
It was burning.
more than a little unnerving. What did you see
down the
around
hall.
there?
I didn't see anything.
Okay.
Can I see anything?
Can I see anything?
Yeah. You can-
Wiria like
Um,
creeps
it's
forward
kind
as
of
much
it's he was probably like a little ahead and around a corner, and you were kind of following his progress. But go ahead, and those of you who are going to peek around the corner that he had passed through, make a wisdom perception check.
I think I was in the
I
lead,
will
so I'll roll.
take
But
that.
that's
I'll follow
bad.
them.
The humans
Hey,
will
basically,
follow.
Wurya, Hegan, and Aiden
24.
do
29.
not have disadvantage.
Okay, it's a disadvantage.
Well, I
But
rolled
everyone
2,
else
so
would.
I don't think it
Okay.
matters.
Fine.
So you
Oh yeah,
can't.
the other was a 15.
Nope.
You don't
so
see
it's-
anything down the hall.
What is it?
It's-
Perception?
Wisdom
With
perception at
disadvantage?
disadvantage.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll give it a shot.
As you're all like sort of Scooby Gang peeking around this corner.
Oh, wait. That would just be a straight roll for me, though, because I have advantage. So I guess I'll just roll again.
You rolled them both at the same time. I guess. That's
Yeah,
what
I
you
rolled
did.
them both at the same time, so.
It looks clear. There's nothing there.
It looks
Um,
clear.
Yeah, seems like it.
But when Elias with his light kind of comes around the corner a little bit,
Yeah, I have like a light spell up.
right? Probably about 30 feet down, you just see this sort of slight shimmering, almost like a reflection of sorts of like the light glimmering off of something.
Different.
Is there
Detect
anything
magic.
I can throw at it?
There's a lot of things that you can throw at it. Do you want to throw one of your daggers?
No.
Do you want to throw? There's no
Dagger.
rocks. There's no
where is-
stone. There's no dirt.
where is
Um,
You
gonna
can
throw
grab
up a
something
detect
out of your
magic?
pocket. Okay.
I'm looking.
You can also just throw like a copper piece at it because you've
I
got tons
have
of those.
ball bearings. I will throw one of those.
All right, you throw a ball
Okay, Bo.
bearing and
Finally,
it
a
sails
useful ball
down,
bearings.
and then it just stops and it's just floating in midair.
That's weird.
Detect magic. Do I see anything from that?
Nope, no magic.
Well, it's not magic, which is new.
That's
The ball bearing is now slowly moving towards you.
That's
unnerving and new.
Head towards the front
Can
a
I
little bit
see
of the group and pull out.
anything with the light? Can I see anything like to either
Yeah.
side?
Nope.
Well, blades
It's
are out, and
still
I'm gonna
standard
stay.
dwarven dimensions of 6 foot by 6 foot.
Well, there's
Speaking
no
of
like
which,
markings on
This
the
is
wall
very
or anything.
uncomfortable.
here,
Yeah.
like there's like sort of like, think of it
Don't
like
like this.
dwarven chair rail
wait.
slash.
Is this a creature that's moving with the ball bearing stuck in it?
It could possibly be a creature
I'm
with
like,
a ball
I know.
bearing.
I'm just
Yeah,
like,
yeah. That's why Pernell went
Uh,
up front and moved back.
We're just gonna take a few steps back.
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna.
there's like
Yeah.
decorative carvings on the sides, sort of up near the ceiling and
Oh,
the
I know what
floor.
it is.
I have an,
I have a
Yeah,
guess.
you're all
but-
beginning to surmise. Those of you who spent any time underground for a length of time have now all
Oh.
begun to determine this may very well be a gelatinous cube.
Oh,
I was I
oh,
don't think
then
Elias knows that, but I'm just like,
I'm just gonna back him and go.
I-
We're fighting. We're fighting.
Back,
It's
back,
bad.
back,
we're
back.
fighting.
it's bad.
It's bad we're fighting.
It's bad, we're
Okay.
fighting.
Don't touch it. Just don't touch it.
that is difficult.
I'm serious, Pernell.
Okay.
Son of a lich.
It will eat you.
What
I'm
has
gonna
not
shoot it.
attempted at one point or
Okay.
another?
Yeah.
It is very slow. And you have a significant amount of magic at your disposal that you can just lob around the corner. at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it takes
Hot
a few
shot.
moments of continued barrage of magic and spell and whatnot, but you from a distance,
Just- Sacred flame.
yeah,
I'm gonna throw
eventually,
my silver at it because I can do that now.
Acid burn. Damn it.
Dorito presto.
yeah. So we don't need to roll initiative. This is
Ooh.
a singular gelatinous cube that you have discovered.
Thanks,
And-
Brightwing.
After a few moments, yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. After a
She
few
gives him
moments,
little piece of
a
meat
while,
to chew on.
it eventually, anyhow, Brightwing is not going to touch it unless it's fresh. So he turns his nose up at your meat.
Can't help you with that then. Sorry.
If it ain't bloody, it ain't food.
True.
But yeah, the eventually you kill this thing and it slowly begins to dissolve and just kind of turn into an amorphous mass of goo.
Should have expected that, to be
That's
honest.
gross.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I appreciate the forewarning.
Yeah. Are things like that common?
I mean,
I've not spent much time
underground
underground,
ruins.
so
kinda, yeah.
They live in
That's-
places like this, things like that, and others
Don't remind me of the oozes from before.
similar.
Yeah, there is
so glad.
judging by how perfectly clear it was not dragging along any organic or inorganic matter.
Which given how little is in this place is
Yeah.
less surprising than it could be.
If that's
Yeah,
just how it
things like
feeds. I'm
that.
surprised it is alive. It
Things
was.
like that
I
are
don't think it takes very much to keep that alive.
they're all over in places like this. They're honestly
Oh, wonderful.
you don't touch them and you're all right. But
So noted.
Shall we carry on?
Yes.
Following the signs, you move deeper through the city. And looking about, it seems that there may be reasons why there's no trace of anything. As you move through the corridors and get kind of deeper and deeper, you encounter another cube. Occasionally, you'll see one off in the distance reflecting in the light of Elias's spell. And it seems as if there are a number of them that move about the caverns and passageways of this city. You kill a couple of them because they're in your way. Avoid the others as they're very, very slow moving.
It's like,
But you eventually reach what appears to be the foundry. And it seems to be a massive, open, sort of combination blacksmith workshop. And you can see there are numerous heavily I would say railinged, unlike the dwarves of Erebor and Moria. The dwarves of Rundel Valdoon believe
Follow
in
proper safety
worker
precautions.
safety.
follow OSHA guidelines.
And you can see that it looks as if there is a significant amount or a portion of maybe that lava flow that actually does come into this chamber, and you can see that it used to travel across multiple channels, threading throughout the chamber, and they're all very carefully like blocked off and whatnot. And but it's all
Dwarven
cooled,
OSHA.
and it's all cooled, darkened, and you can see here there are remnants of like you can for the first time you actually see something that's not just plain stonework. And you can see in here in the foundry there are rails for what look to be carts. You can see the metal is still kind of like strongly bolted down, but you can see the gelatinous cubes have consumed anything that's inorganic, or that was I'm sorry, the other way around.
Organic.
Strike that, reverse it. Organic.
Yeah.
In this chamber, and so what may have been like maybe at some point some kind of leather type strap or things have been dissolved away, and so you can see bits and pieces of various individual workshops and work areas a bit in disarray, of a few things that have been removed or whatnot. A lot of there's nothing on the ground anywhere. Everything has been swept up by these cubes that have.
Just a note, we don't
there.
have the temporary hit points anymore, right? Because we took another long rest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That.
But there were no bees, so
True. There were no bees.
One cube, please.
One cube, please.
There were too many cubes.
Oh, cubes.
There look to be a number of passageways leading off of this that go deeper down, and you can see that instead of being completely worked stone, some of them it's rougher, and some of the rails go into there, so it looks like this actually touches some of their mines that they may have had, or the upper levels of some of those areas and mines. And so they would bring carts directly into this large chamber that's probably twice as big as the amphitheater, really, but sort of stretched long. Large, massive anvils in a few areas, smaller ones here and there, and these are things that are basically like built into the stone, and so they could not have been picked up and taken away by a gelatinous cube slumbering over it. But you can see here and there places where a cube may have swept over something and taken away the anvil that was once there.
Can I tell at all from the way the lava cooled which direction it was flowing?
Yeah, basically most of it was flowing from one side of the chamber down towards another.
And on that direction, is there any particular pathways or?
There's what look to be mine shafts kind of going
How
off
does the
in
lava
multiple
exit the
directions.
room, I should say?
You're not entirely sure. All of the lava that comes into this room is specifically routed in here from what look to be like chutes and channels.
Hmm.
And then it's routed out. Sort of, it comes in one side of the chamber. Hard to tell north, south, east, west down here. But it comes in one side of this long chamber and kind of exits the other side. In general, there's a slight sloping essence to all of it.
Well, we can keep trying to follow the lava trail, or we can just go wherever goes deeper.
In general, being experienced with being underground, Velis can more or less guide you downwards. Also, because you're still a number of miles away from the colony, he can still sort of regularly get his bearings and get you in the right path.
Let's just follow Velis then.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll keep leading us downward.
I'm
Follow
presuming
the
that he's been
bouncing
the one who's
Velis.
been leading you.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, Leah is not suited for pathfinding deep underground. Especially since there's very little nature. Very little.
Anything?
I mean, there's no stars, there's no moon, there's no nothing down
Nothing
here.
she would
Plant life,
normally
no
use
fauna,
to-
no flana.
No, nothing.
No flana, exactly.
Flana.
But Velis continues to lead you on. At some point, the mines, you can see that they're regularly they don't have like wooden beams for support. They're just heavily reinforced with like stone type columns and such throughout. The mine shafts look like they have been like, you're not seeing any evidence of minerals or anything in any of these. Like, this is this whole place, like it is tapped from what you can tell in the passages that you've been following. But eventually Velis does find a sort of a basically it's kind of like it's not cordoned off, but it is a side passage where there is no more structure. It looks like it's they stopped reinforcing right about this point, and it's just kind of natural cavern. All of it kind of, again, leading downwards, but it's narrow, and this is sort of you can squeeze through, but it's a little bit tough. But as long as you're all taking care, you can manage to make your way through this sort of narrow kind of crack until you're again in natural caverns. And after a couple of minutes, the temperature drops a little bit. It gets colder and mustier. And I would say, Velis, if you would hazard a guess, it is very likely that you are nearing the site of an underground mushroom forest. Is the smell of earth and massive mushrooms begins to sort of get stronger and stronger and stronger.
All right, well, we'll relay that.
After a few more minutes, some of that scent becomes much stronger, and well, all of you can recognize it now as like this is distinctively mushroomy.
Mm-hmm.
And the sort of narrow, windy passage that you've been kind of like carefully pushing through and whatnot eventually begins to, you actually see some light coming from the other side. Looks like a sort of a pale turquoise almost, from some bioluminescent plant life on the other side. And eventually it opens up and into what looks to be a very, very large underground cavern that is just filled with tree-sized mushrooms.
Do I recognize
They are,
the type at all?
I would say they're not similar to any type that you have encountered directly, but your home city was also under Taldore, not Wildemount. But this is like, oh yeah, this smells and feels like a mushroom forest, and lo and behold, 'tis a mushroom forest. But you would be able to sense that there's something off about it. And if she were awake, Leah would also be able to tell that there's life here, but something is off about the ecosystem. It doesn't feel healthy. And as you kind of look around, you can see that the mushrooms themselves are not doing super great. You can see that they are showing signs of rot and disease.
I think whatever's living below is affecting this place.
Yeah.
We expect
I mean,
as
that's
much
not
to happen.
exactly
Yeah.
surprising given
Surprising, but
the area around Taliana.
Yeah,
No,
living
but-
ecosystems are fragile, and the Delkirs seem to disrupt everything around them.
Well, anything we need to worry about from the mushrooms themselves?
yeah.
I mean, some kinds are poisonous. Otherwise,
Well, yeah.
Don't eat the giant mushroom.
Don't eat
Yeah.
them.
Good to know.
I don't just mean eating them. I mean
I mean,
Oh.
spores.
yeah,
Oh.
they can be quite natural hazards.
Oh.
Brunel
will take out her handkerchief and start
Yeah.
covering that.
Does it look
Try
like
not
there are
to-
any spores hanging in the air down here?
Not that you can see.
Try not to walk too close to one directly. If you can help
Yeah,
it.
it is dense. And based on the chill, you
So don't go
imagine
chopping them down.
you might not want to do that, no. But it is normally a place that's got a lot of biodiversity tends to just be a little bit warmer. But this almost seems like the opposite. Everything, there's a distinctive chill in the air compared to where you were before, so much so that you're like beginning to see your breath kind of puffing out in front of you. The ground there's a lot of large patches of moss. There are areas that you can kind of like some stone and that you can avoid it, but it is dense and thick, the mushrooms here. Some of them are, as like I said, they're tree-like in height, and some of them even far more than that in girth, varying sizes as well. But as you kind of look close, you can see that none of them look healthy. I don't think any of you have ever seen giant mushrooms underground other than Velis, but you can tell that there's not. It's like there are cracks in a lot of them. You can see large sort of chunks of them have fallen off. Instead of like those like gill-like structures on the undersides, you can see a lot of them are kind of like collapsed or just missing. Just overall.
So we taketh all the usual precautions that Velis giveth us, but add in some for potential corruption, as with all things we come across with aberrations.
Bad idea.
I mean, I feel like dealing with potential corruption is just like a normal day with us.
Yes.
For us.
I expect them to do things unlike Velis tells us.
But they are lit, so they are alive. They're just sick, basically.
Yeah, and it's the mushrooms themselves aren't giving off the light, but it seems as if a number of the types of various mosses and lichens in this cavern are giving off the phosphorescent glow. So you've got blues and greens primarily, kind of all over, creating a bit of a dim bioluminescent glow. But there is, in this particular cavern, a definitive sense of you came in on like the highest elevation, and so you can kind of see it stretching out, at least with its lit with it being lit up. You can kind of see it kind of stretching out, and it looks as if it kind of curves around a little bit out of sight, the sort of long narrow cavern. It's probably ranges from 100 to 200 feet wide, kind of varying a little bit up and down and on down. But it's just as quiet as everything else. What do you do?
I will lead the way through, moving maybe 50 feet ahead of the group. 60.
Okay.
And just keep an eye on everything.
Okay.
And try to avoid touching anything.
Yeah, move
Try
forward
to
as
avoid-
carefully as possible.
Okay, so you are all moving. Now, luckily, at least, the ceiling isn't so low that Hegan and Leah can actually stretch out a little bit, because at this
Yay!
point, you're probably getting the worst cricks in your neck.
Yeah.
Need healing words by the end of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Velis is like very carefully like
Neck
scouting out, like, okay, step here, step here, step
And
here.
I will
because there are-
trail the dancing lights behind to follow my path exactly, so
Okay.
that they don't have to try to guess what's a good safe spot.
But you're all trying to move very carefully and not disturb anything. And so what I'm going to need from everybody is a dexterity acrobatics check.
Acrobatics. Hold on, what's my
Ooh,
acrobatics?
19, thank you so much for the
Okay.
raid. Hi, everybody. Welcome to our campaign as we're
I'm
rolling
using my chat
acrobatics
inspiration.
checks.
20.
Okay. What was that, Aiden?
Pardon me while I roll.
Chat
Thank you.
inspiration using
Oh,
it.
okay.
Yeah, chat
everyone has
inspiration.
chat
Everyone has
inspiration if
chat
you roll
inspiration.
Okay.
Let me know who
17.
uses theirs so I can mark it.
22.
Okay.
I rolled real bad. But
27.
All right.
17.
Sadly, I am better at stealth, but I rolled okay. I rolled decent.
And thank you so much for the follow. Hello, trying Todd. Oh, thank you
Phila's
very
gonna
much.
go ahead and just
Yeah, we just got that from Sora no Kami,
That's good. That
amazing
makes
artist
sense,
who's worked with
Yes.
me before. So good.
it is not too difficult since
Trying
you're
Todd,
all moving
thank you so much for the
carefully
follow. Welcome. Oh,
and
pardon me while I get back into
slowly
character.
to pick your way through the underbrush of this mushroom.
Extra coin, thank you so much
It's
for the
slow
follow.
going though, and making this progress at this very, very slow pace is a little tiring. But when you get maybe 100 feet down this cavern, you can kind of see where the natural the walls and the ceiling and floor begin to sort of open up. You can see what looks to be a large underground lake nearby. And at the edge of the lake, you can see what look to be artificial structures. I wouldn't say man-made because it is very likely that no human has ever been down here before. But they do seem explicitly non-natural in construction. And
does it look aberrant?
Does it look more dwarven or still or anything else?
so that's what you see at first glance. From here, it looks as if it's like mushrooms that were grown and shaped specifically to certain configurations. They're mushroomy, but they're like buildings almost.
Have I ever heard of anything like that?
You do know that there are mushroom people called myconid. And if there were to be anyone who would live in a mushroom forest, it could be myconid.
Well, there could be mushroom people living here, but given the state of everything else, I don't think we'd want to.
Given our luck.
I don't think
Someday.
anything this close to a Mind Flayer colony is friendly.
And a Delkier.
Yeah.
Possibly
Got
a
one of those down here,
Delkier. I
too.
was trying not to think about
We
that.
might have one of those down here too.
I was trying very hard not to think about that, and then you said it.
Either way,
yeah.
we tread
It's
carefully
just
as
the story
always.
of my
and
life. When I said it.
Either way, we tread carefully as always. And try to
I think
avoid what we come
that's
across.
really all we can do.
Elias, as you're actually I would say Wuria. So I'm trying to think, okay, which one of you has a super high passive perception?
Both of us have
Both of
identical
us.
passive
Both of you have
perception.
20. Okay. So as
I
you're
have a
like
higher perception bonus, but we
talking
have
about
passive.
like
passive.
mushroom people and Delkier influences and things like that, you're both kind of like, you trail off for a moment, and you can see this one mushroom that just looks a little bit different than all of the other ones, kind of off to the side, maybe 60, 70 feet. And it both occurs to you that this mushroom is distinctively different than all of the other ones around it. And as you both kind of start staring at it, it moves. And it ducks out of sight.
I think may indeed be
I think there are
myconids
mushrooms.
around
People.
here.
Myconids, call them? Yeah.
They're-
That or do mushrooms commonly walk down here?
and
No.
hide.
Do mushrooms walk
Anything,
up there?
anything
No.
is possible.
So,
No, but mushrooms also don't really get this large up there. So
No.
No, but a mushroom's a mushroom.
not when
Well,
it's a
then,
mushroom
yeah.
person.
I think we've
That's the point. Yes.
found the locals.
There are people here,
People
apparently.
here.
Any chance of them being hostile?
I
Always
mean,
can.
there's definitely a chance of it. I
Most-
would say that I would be more surprised if they're not.
Seem to want to
They-
hide, but
Yeah.
It seems
Whoever
small.
it is, just hid.
Waria's gonna keep an eye out for any other mushroom movement.
Yeah. Keep an eye
Okay.
out.
Mhm.
All
Do
right.
I know if they speak language?
Has Velis ever met or communicated with Myconid in his,
I
in
have.
his experiences?
No clue.
You have no clue? Okay.
I don't know.
Then I would say you haven't directly experienced communication with Myconid, but you are familiar. They are typically relatively peaceful. They're definitely not aggressive. And most of the time they just try and avoid notice of people like the drow. But the way they communicate is they actually release spores into the air. And creatures that inhale those spores can communicate with them empathically for a little while. But if you inhale enough of the spores, you can also communicate empathically with any other creature that inhaled those spores. In fact, drow raiding parties would sometimes utilize enslaved myconids explicitly so that they could use those abilities.
I will relay that minus the last part.
Okay.
If we see more, I mean, I can try to talk to them. I was able to talk to Pernell when she was, well, so maybe?
Different, I feel like, but
Oh, let's just keep walking and see what happens. I wouldn't attack them necessarily.
I My philosophy is generally don't attack anything
Don't
that doesn't
attack
seem
it, yeah.
inclined to attack me.
If
Okay.
anything, they might be. If
But
they're not corrupted, they're probably a little defensive in a place like this.
I'm a would be too.
Okay.
Fair.
But they are a sort of telepath, or
More or less. Spore path? Is that a thing?
Hmm.
Spore path is a.
just something curious, given we aren't, well, if mind players aren't not going to be, well, good for helping Leomora's mother, then something else telepathic that was not so inclined to destroy us.
I don't think they're gonna have that kind of talent.
As
To
you
get one to her.
Yeah,
um,
that's
they
I don't think
really
these
don't
things
do
come
well
out
in sunlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
are
no,
worse
you-
than drow.
You don't want. Yeah, they don't do well in the sun. They die if they spend too long in the sun.
so not an
Oh.
option.
I see.
Yeah.
I was unaware.
As you approach the small village, there's no sound. There's no movement. The surface of the lake is like glass. And you can see the light reflecting off of Elias's spell as you approach. And you can, in this chamber, as you're moving and whatnot, you can tell that the sounds that you're making carry out across the water. As you can hear slight echoes coming back. This village is desolate. It is abandoned. And there doesn't seem to be any inhabitants whatsoever. But Waria and Elias, you both can definitely tell that that mushroom person is following you, but giving you quite a wide berth. That they seem to be watching you.
Other people around, like not even in
We just see the
like
one.
houses, just the one that's
Oh yeah, this is and
following.
it's not like completely bare, like an unpopulated video game level like the dwarf area was.
Mhm.
This is like just, well, I mean, you don't think that they have like mushroom hammers and mushroom axes that they use. It's not like that. But
the Toadstool
there doesn't
Kingdom.
seem to be, right, it's not exactly the Toadstool Kingdom, but there's still no evidence of living creatures having been around for a while. You can, getting up closer to these structures, can see that they're in a similar state of decay as the rest of the forest. So they are organic in a way and living in a way, but definitely sick like everything else. The lake stretches on for a ways, and the small myconid person that's been following you is keeping about 60, 70 feet away, give or take. But it's just continuing to watch you.
I
As you-
probably have no idea because I think I'm still about 60 feet ahead.
At this point,
mean-
you might be at the lake,
Do you
and
have
everyone
a,
else is by the houses.
does Velis have a brooch?
I mean, Waria would mess.
Okay.
Could mess
I was gonna
with
say, yeah,
Velis.
one of us
Yeah,
can, let
yeah.
Vel
Waria
give
has
Velis
the
a heads
message
up.
cantrip, so she doesn't even need,
Yeah,
doesn't even need a
that's true.
brooch to let him know that that our friend is following us, but not being
Yeah.
threatening. So
Yeah, kind of following.
Well, up to you if you think there's any benefit to letting them know that we know they're there. I'm gonna keep an eye out up here. I'll trust you guys to figure out how to handle that. Does this just dead end at the lake then, and there's no passage down?
Right. It looks like this forest, like this cavern, like one part of this cavern is a forest. And then the lake kind of extends. You can see there's some areas where the ceiling rises up a few dozen feet, and other areas where it's like just barely over the surface of this underground lake.
But there's no
kind of-
branching paths off of other parts or anything.
Mm-mm.
How far would we be from the colony at this point, based on my tracking?
You would guess that you haven't traveled too far horizontally, but you've gone through an entire empty dwarven city.
So getting quite a bit closer then.
Yeah, quite a bit closer. You're probably, I would imagine, almost halfway there, maybe 2 or 3 miles away.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. That's done. I'm not gonna check anymore.
But you basically, like, the thing about what you know of mind flayers and mind flayer colonies is they really like slaves. And in order to gather slaves, they have to go places and take common routes and such, as well as go to where they can find things near the surface. And it seems as if Gordon and that river area is close to the surface for them, or is in that general direction. So you feel as if you can continue to make relatively decent survival checks. You can probably guide the party the rest of the way there.
I'm gonna just tell everyone, the closer we get, the more likely we are to run into scouts, unintentional or not. They're gonna be traveling the same paths that we're gonna be using to get there. So maybe we make sure they don't see us, or we kill them before they can report. Which doesn't take much for one of them.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'd rather not be seen.
As would I, but
Anything that gets back to the Elder Brain, they all know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get back to the Elder Brain.
Oh,
we attempt to avoid them, and if not, we do what we need to do.
You're at the shore of this underground lake. The mushroom forest and the Myconid village behind you.
Can I see how far the lake extends?
Beyond 120 feet for sure.
Okay. I don't want to poke the water. Can I maybe borrow the broom?
sure. I mean, I think the broom is right now a floating asset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to go across the water and see if there's an exit across. Or I'm telling everyone that.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No, I'm telling everyone that I'm going to do it. I'm not gonna. I don't want to touch the water because I don't know what's in there. But I want to see if this is our way through. So I'll scream really loudly into the brooch if something terrible comes out of there.
Right.
That's
comforting.
As Velis goes to do this, Wiria, like, do you want to be invisible?
That would be useful. Well, actually, no. That's completely pointless.
I can.
Unless they don't rely on dark vision.
That's true. Sure, why not?
You know, you could get someone who has devil's sight or some other
Mhm.
way of
Yeah,
I
there's
don't
monks
have
and
any
shit
light.
around here. Do it.
or
And
whatever.
you do have chat
you know.
inspiration to help you out too.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I don't have it prepared. Dang it. I mean, I can
Murray
do
will tap
guidance.
you and make you
Yeah.
invisible.
I can do guidance, but that only lasts a minute.
It's regular invisibility, so like.
Yep, I'll take it.
It's also one of my warlock slots, so it comes back on a short rest.
I'm also just for the fun of it gonna pop a detect magic while I fly off.
Okay.
Pop it before I cast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Velis
thought
mounts the
about-
broom
Preparing enhance ability, and I didn't. So.
Oops. And begins flying off, rising up above the surface of the water, and almost as quickly as he gets above the water, just disappears. Although, did you cast invisibility?
Yes, he was
Yes.
invisible before he went.
He was
underwater.
invisible before you even left. So Velis then leaves.
Except to Hegan, who could see it.
And
until
I'm
he vanished.
Oh,
I'm
except Hegan,
staying
yeah.
far enough above the water not to disturb the surface.
Okay. Yeah, so Hegan, eventually he passes beyond your sight. And you're all standing there on the shore of the lake. Yep, Velis is scouting.
Velis gonna
I
Velis.
hate it when spell scouts, frankly.
Yeah. Okay, I hate this part.
I'm just gonna crouch
And-
past the edge of the water.
It is cold and dark.
Wait, can you have 2 chat inspirations? I just
Did-
saw that.
Oh,
Did Mike and
Mm.
Ed friend leave
Don't
once
think
we left the
so.
city?
so I'm gonna realize that's right.
The village is like 30 feet from the lake.
Okay.
And so if you're all near the lake,
Yeah.
it moved and is like looking around one of the buildings at you. You can see it's probably about 3 feet tall.
Oh, it's a baby.
Oh, it's
Humanoid in size. It's in configuration. It looks like it's got 2 legs and 2 arms and some sort of vaguely head shape. But it's got all sorts of weird mushroom frills on it. Nothing that's recognizable as like an actual face, but it does have sort of a distinguishable head thing on shoulders, as well as like not exactly like fingers. It's myconid are interesting creatures.
Just want burgers.
Yeah.
While Velis is off doing whatever the heck Velis is doing while he scouts, Warrior's gonna look at everyone else and be like, "Do you want me to try to talk to our myconid friend over there, or do we just want to pretend it doesn't exist?"
That is up to you, Aria.
I think it's at least partially a group decision.
I mean, if you
Well.
want to keep an eye on it, like no one's gonna
opposed.
stop you.
Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on it,
him.
and
Mm.
more
Interaction.
do a thing that lets it understand me.
Well, if you need
Yeah,
not breathe in spores to do so, that maybe.
I mean, it won't. I won't be able to understand it back, but it can understand me.
Oh.
It's depends on. I suspect I'd need the spores to understand it.
Alrighty,
Well.
why don't we get this going now? We are live.
Well, perhaps it knows more information. That is a possible reason to. Well, if that is the
It's
only
just-
reason to.
Offering it as an option if people think it would be useful, but if not, it's not.
I mean, if it seems to be alone, that's fine.
It's fine.
And do they communicate with each other like illithids do?
I guess it depends on the range of that empathy that Velas was talking about.
I suppose so.
Certainly the only one I've seen anywhere near here, though.
Yeah, I've not seen any, as far as I can tell, any sign of anyone else.
It seems to have taken note that you all have observed it. And it sort of ducks, and you can hear sort of slight pitter patter as it seems to be running away.
Well,
I suppose that answers that question.
Yes.
I somehow suspect we don't want to chase the
No.
No.
Velas, as you're flying, can I get a wisdom perception check as you are keeping an eye out for all of the things at disadvantage because it's dark?
Trust my dice.
You can see, but it's dim light because you don't have a light source.
And I'm going to use my chat inspiration.
Sure.
So, plus 7 is a 19.
Okay. As you are flying over the water, the surface seems to be completely still, such that it's almost like a mirror image, or it would almost be like a mirror if there was some kind of source of light. Now, you're not picking up anything with detect magic, but as you kind of slowly navigate some of the ceiling as it stays low, it probably doesn't get any more than like 30 feet, but often gets very, very, very close in certain areas, and it's varied. And there's in a number of places you can see there are stalactites that come down and even go down into the water and meet with what seems to be stalagmites coming up. And looking at the sort of level of calcification on some of these things, it looks like the water level is pretty consistent. There's no effect of tides or any changes that come in and out. And you can see as you're kind of flying by, you sort of just instinctively avoid a collection of stalactites ahead. And as you kind of fly by quietly and gently by, you can kind of see like a ripple as the stalactite shifts just a little bit. And when it sort of like moves just a little bit, you can see like 2 or 3 more nearby all sort of shift almost in response. You're familiar with these creatures. They are dangerous subterranean monstrosities that disguise themselves as stalactites and stalagmites, but eat things. Ropers. Continuing on, without any light, you can't see into the water. You don't know what's under the water. But you do hear, before you can see, what sounds like the sort of large, heavy flap of a leathery wing. And being invisible and incredibly difficult for anything to see, you sort of pause for a moment, and you can see it's more like black against black. But you can see another common underground creature, cloaker. Actually, a small couple of them sort of flapping by, moving towards the general direction of those ropers that you saw before. But at a certain point, they sort of like veer off a little bit and avoid the ropers as they kind of do like another sweep. It looks like they're headed towards the village area.
Am I within range of the brooch?
Is that 100 something feet? Yeah, you're past that.
Can I double back to get within range?
The speed of the broom is what?
I don't have the broom in my inventory. If someone can
It's
check that
50 or
out.
60.
I think it's 50.
Okay.
But
50 feet.
Thank you.
50 feet.
So yes, you can catch up to them. They're moving at a clip, but the broom can easily catch up to them.
Yeah, I would just want to get within message range, if I can, and let them know. A couple of things coming your way. Flying. They probably don't know you're there, but maybe get out of sight or get ready to fight them.
There's not any easily accessible cover.
Yeah.
There's all the
there?
myconid buildings.
No,
Yeah.
Can we get
Yeah.
there in time?
He said it was only about 30 feet away from the water, so.
Yeah. We'll let people know.
You can certainly all scramble quietly and make dexterity stealth checks if you'd like.
Yeah. And on the way, give a knowing look to Hegan at the mention of flying things.
And I am gonna stay.
Looks back
I'm
at
gonna
her.
follow the cloakers at a distance of about 40 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So that if they do start fucking with my friends, I can get in and fuck them up.
Okay. All right. So the cloakers, they are moving quickly. And can I get that round of dexterity stealth checks from everyone, please?
Yep. At 20.
Nice.
I'm gonna guidance myself,
27.
which is not actually probably gonna help much, but I'm gonna roll that d4 anyway, because that was terrible.
Won't
That's
hurt.
also terrible. Oh, 7.
I use my chat inspiration.
24.
17. Okay, that's better.
Okay.
Unless
At
I
least
have
it wasn't
another
a
chat
natural one.
inspiration. Yeah. I rolled a 4 on the d20 and a 1 on my d4.
Rough. Okay.
Cool.
Look, everyone else rolled really well, though, so.
Yeah.
So message comes from Velis. Everyone take cover. And everyone like quickly and deftly moves. But like there must be there's like loose rocks or something like that. So Elias kind of like stumbles just a little bit, and you can hear the sound of like a rock kind of like, tick, tick,
What
tick,
else
tick,
is new?
sploosh. As like just
I
this
don't
tiny
like
little
sploosh.
pebble kind of like hits the surface of the
Sploosh
water, and you
pad.
can see just a sort of a ripple kind of move out as everyone dives in. The creatures themselves. Now, here's a question.
I would douse the light too.
I was going to say, you have light.
Yes. I am dousing the light.
Okay.
How's the light?
So you hear the sounds of leathery wing beats, kind of. These creatures are very, very large. And as it kind of passes over, you can hear the sound of this like low, deep moaning sound. And I need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
I feel like I should.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
wisdom.
good.
That's good.
21.
23.
Okay.
13.
12.
Okay.
And you know what? I still have my chat inspiration, so I'm gonna roll that just because,
So it's a what? What are we rolling?
Wisdom saving
save.
throw.
Actually, I'm going to use an Indomitable. Because
So with chat inspiration, 18.
Also, everyone is within. Actually, I would say that the myconid buildings are too small for everyone to fit into one, so you have to split.
Okay.
Into 2 different ones.
I mean, I don't think Keegan and Lee can fit in the same one. It's not gonna happen.
So Keegan and Lee are 2 separate ones. Oh, you know what? Hey, there's a couple of tokens on the board already. So we've got Leah in one, Keegan in an nope, not that line. Keegan in another.
Why do things just turn on by themselves? There we go.
Velis is off by himself, scouting. Absolutely
Well,
nothing
he does.
ever. Nothing's gonna go wrong with that at all. He's
No,
perfectly fine.
nothing ever goes wrong when Velis goes off by himself.
Hey, I am actually not that far away now. I came back. Where would the water line be?
I'm
All right.
trying to grab that last orange piece. There we go. The water line. I'll go ahead and draw that in.
That way I can put myself in the
How
right
about there?
Phyla's
Okay.
in there too. Then.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Somewhere.
So
I don't know where
that's a
Phyla is.
thing. Phyla's not going to fit in one of those little doorway house.
Well, Velis already cast message, and Wiria knows that, so invisibility is no longer up for Velis.
Okay.
In which case, you know
But
what?
I'm still invisible.
Right? Yeah, you still have
So-
your
Anything
glue
that
stalker
requires dark
abilities.
vision to see you.
Right.
Yes.
So you know what? Wiria will hang out on Phyla outside with invisibility up.
Okay, you're going to cast invisibility?
Yes, on
Okay.
myself and extend it to Phyla.
All right.
And I will say that knowing that my invisibility was going to drop, I would have been staying about 40 feet behind them, but close to the ceiling to kind of stay more in the darkness.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever they're placed, I'll put myself 40 feet behind them.
All right. Draw shape.
So I'd be here.
So, Elias and Purnell need to decide where they actually are.
Right.
Say,
Think. Well,
probably stick with Purnell.
and probably. Where did
I think Wiria also decides that, like, if she hangs out outside on Phyla, then she can also see, which is useful.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And since she can be invisible, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leah
Right,
dived
ushered
into one
Elias
of these
towards
buildings.
Leah?
So
She
pick a
will-
building that you dive into.
She will sort of, like, even though she's invisible, just because
Mhm.
she's Wiria, she will probably, like, sort of slide behind a building at least, so
Yeah.
that
Sure.
like she's not, if these things can see through invisibility, she's not just like there chilling.
Okay. Everyone quickly dives in. Now, Purnell, seeing as you're in Leah's aura, you get a bonus on your saving throw.
Yeah.
And that
Or
would
did
make
you
it
already calculate that?
That would make it a 16 with
All right.
That's
with
plus
the
4, so
with the
I-
indomitable.
Yeah, so
20.
you're all nobody seems to be affected by this creepy sound that they're making as they fly overhead, and they seem to just be doing a pass and they're going on into and above the forest. Seemingly they're hunting. They pass by overhead, kind of making that low moan sound. See, spread out.
I'll fly in and
Where'd everybody go?
just wait a minute to see if it looks like they're going to come back, and also keep an eye on the water.
Mm-hmm. You can see just just with the bioluminescence from the forest. Now you can actually see a little bit of the water. You can see just the faintest hint of a ripple emanating out from the shore. Kind of like that almost.
Yeah.
It looks like the water was disturbed at the edge just a little bit.
Clams.
So I don't like that, so I'm gonna fly in and land in between
that's
like
just me.
these couple of buildings
Uh-huh.
and just use the brooch again and say, I don't know if they're gonna come back, so wherever you are, I'd stay there for a little bit. I didn't make it all the way across, but there's a few natural predators down here. Things we probably don't want to mess with.
What'd you say?
I would direct that to Elias, probably. Just assuming that he's probably with other people because cleric.
Because cleric.
Also because he can't see in the dark.
Yeah, also because
Also because he's
human.
blind as fuck.
So there is you can see like just the slightest hint of illumination coming from far off, but this is very much like pitch black kind of. It's all dark and there's weird things flying around in the darkness and you can hear them but you can't see them and you just hear that whole like moaning noise they're making.
Did all the people who can't see go into the same building?
I have the goggles.
Purnell has goggles, yeah.
But yeah,
yes.
they're like
But
basically
yes.
Elias and Leah have both like reached out to like grab onto Purnell because it is just pitch black.
A little awkward in the corner there.
A lot of instincts kicked in and he immediately grabbed Purnell.
Yeah, so you can hear the sounds and after a moment you can hear sort of like a shriek, sort of an echo of these shrieks as these cloaker creatures start shrieking at something.
Can I
But
peek
as-
out and see if I can see
I
that?
was about to say, I really hope they didn't find that little mushroom. Person.
And based on the sound of now, like, it sounds like there's some thrashing. The sounds of, you're guessing, the sounds of some of those large mushrooms and stuff getting thwacked around by
I have
cloakers.
to get up for a second.
Sure. And then like an occasional like thwomp sound of like a balloon getting deflated. And Wuria, since you're outside, and I guess Velos would see this as well, you can see that the cloakers have indeed taken note of the little myconid and have like started diving down and are making like passes trying to get to the thing. And in doing so are like grazing some various types of mushrooms, which are then like exploding with like spores or other things. And so you can just hear this poof, puff, puff. But eventually you can see one of the cloakers like actually swing down and kind of like land, and it looks like it may have like enveloped something and it sort of tuggles around, but the other two come down, and they all actually seem to like be fighting over this one creature. And like one of them is like trying to fend off the other two for its meal.
Poor myconid.
Biggest, saddest eyes you have ever seen. Can't see them.
Eventually, though, like the melee is sort of like, progressing through and eventually like slowly coming closer and closer towards like the village area, and you can see that a number of the various mushroom type trees have been like knocked over. There's you can see all of the cloakers are like just coated in various multicolored mosses and lichens and stuff that they've picked up as they've rolled through a bunch of this stuff. And you can eventually see like the one that seems to have grabbed it, eventually kind of like opens up its flaps again, and you can kind of see like the little small myconid kind of like clutched in these like strange little T-Rex type grip of arms as it's flapping, trying to evade the other two cloakers, which are kind of like chasing after it. But they're now getting back into the air and making their way over the village.
Oh my god.
Again, Wiria has the biggest, saddest invisible eyes, but she's not quite stupid enough to attack three cloakers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay.
It's not that low.
Right.
She doesn't have a ton of int, but it's not like
right. They move out over the water, and you can see there's still like one of like two that they're like the two that are going after the one are are continuing to make, like, it's a little bit slower because it's carrying something. And you can see that, like, they're making like these flyby attacks on it, and it's sort of like careening off of an occasional stalactite. It's like, almost like an aerial battle. But you can see like just bits and pieces of moss and other stuff falling off of them and just kind of like dripping into the water below, just sort of like splashing as they're going. And you can
I'm gonna
hear them
watch
making
the water while all this is happening.
Okay. You can hear them making all sorts of sounds. But at one point, what the one carrying the myconid takes a strong hit, and it kind of like dips down below a little bit. And like so low that like it's actually like beginning to drag the myconid through the water, and so like the legs are kind of like dragging through the water, and it's like splashing up behind. And the other two kind of like come soaring in, and right about they get down to the level of the water, you just see this like eruption of water kind of like in the midst of all of it. And you can see this sort of massive set of sort of pinchers come
That's why I didn't want to
up and
touch it.
just
Crab battle.
close in on one of the cloakers,
Ollie.
and just like crush it, and you just see viscera and everything.
Oh.
But like the rush of that water and everything hit the other two cloakers, and they start sort of spinning off a little bit, and the myconid gets dropped and just splashes under the water. And you can see like this massive sort of bulge of water as this large shape. It feels vaguely crustacean like at first. You can see its carapace is the color of stone. It appears, at least from this distance, without a lot of light. But it's got sort of like 3 large pinchers that kind of come off of it equidistant from one another. And it seems to have like a number of eyes that ring this sort of upper ridge that peaks up above the water as it starts making grabs for the other cloakers. It's probably about 40 feet like in diameter. Yeah, it's big. The claws themselves are big enough to crush a large cloaker in one go.
So here's this giant enemy crab.
Yeah.
It's a giant crab. And after a few moments, like the cloakers like abandon everything, and one of them is just completely eviscerated, and you can see like these tendrils kind of come up and start like flopping in the water where it kind of had gotten chummed up by the bits of the cloaker, and start pulling all of the bits down.
Do I have any idea what that thing is?
Looks like a giant underground crab.
Cool.
Like a weird crab. Like you don't see what it looks like under the water. You just saw like this sort of ridge part that had like a bunch of little tiny eyes all around the edge. Not like all the way around, but like placed not quite equidistant.
I don't like it.
With like 3 large claws that came up. But after it like does that, it kind of like sinks back down underneath the water. And then, it gets quiet again.
Oh, that was eventful.
Inviting.
Eventful is a word.
Didn't actually see anything of what happened, but it sounded like a lot.
Yeah, you heard like
what?
You're like, that was
Yeah.
Like, is everything gone?
For the
But,
moment.
like,
For now, at least.
Wuria and
Alright.
Aiden and probably Velis probably got, and Keegan, yeah, you're 60 feet, so you didn't quite get a good look. But yeah, you saw the whole
Assuming that we're kind of regrouping.
Yeah.
Underdark nature.
Yeah.
Open.
You know,
What is it? National Geographic.
Just lead Lyra and Elias.
Was when I knocked. Continue.
That's why you don't mess with water down here. Things like that. Just don't do it.
I was not intending to mess with anything. I
No,
know it's not
no,
to.
I didn't think you were. I'm just saying that's why it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
speaking of the water, do we need to cross it?
I didn't get that far yet.
That is the question.
How far across did I make it?
You probably got about 300 feet,
Okay.
and
I
it was
don't know if
still
we want to
beyond
double
your
back
sight.
to try to find the lava flow again.
I can give it another pass flying by now that I have some idea what to look for out there.
Stay out of reach, please.
Oh,
Yes.
no,
Yeah,
trust me,
please.
I am not going to let that thing. No, bad idea.
Yeah. I'm not good enough to bring you back without a body yet, so.
That's
Okay.
a thing.
Yeah, curious.
Magic.
Thing.
Magic is a
Super-
thing.
Much more powerful clerics than I can do.
Good to
So
know.
I think the question is it worth trying to see what's on the other side of this lake, or should we
Yeah,
look for
that's what
another
I'm
path?
thinking.
Hmm.
Because we were kind of trying to find the lava fall, which
Yeah,
seems
we
to be
kind
the
of
relevant part of
bypassed
information. We
it.
kind of
Yeah.
Other
strayed from
it's to
that.
involve flying across something.
It's either across or down, I feel like.
Hmm.
Do we have a sense of it all of how deep we've gone in comparison to how deep the lava fall went?
I don't think you would. That's really like knowing where you are underground is very much a dwarven thing. Velis could probably make a wisdom survival check since he's, from this place.
My survival's not great, so that's 12.
Okay. 1,000 feet is really, really far. But you probably didn't get all the way down to the depths of the city. You went down to where this foundry was and then started taking mines that went deeper. So it's hard to say. You're probably on the bottom third of that area, if not anything else. If you wanted to double back and find a different route, rather than this lake to find deeper paths into the Underdark, you could try exploring a different part of the city to see if there's something other than leaving through the mines.
Like you said, I think the lava flow is kind of the end game for what information we had.
Go back?
Yeah, I'm fine with doubling back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you all double back, retracing your footsteps. The mushroom forest is now a riot of clouds of dust and spores and
there was also
things.
that.
And you can see a whole bunch of that sort of floating in the air.
Yeah, covering them.
Yeah.
So
Cover the nose and mouth. Try not to.
How long would
anything
it
in.
take us to get through it?
It was mainly it's mainly concentrated in one particular area. So a few moments to give or take somewhere between 10 and 16 seconds ish. Mechanically speaking, at least one round. Kind of depends on how fast you move. Of course, the faster you move, the harder it's going to be to hold your breath, etc.
Guess nobody brought their mask, huh?
You could also
I brought a handkerchief. That's
you could
as
also
close I get.
wait a while for
Yeah,
everything to settle.
Wait.
And you can kind of, I mean, at this point, I would say it's been quite a
I need
while.
more chips.
And fireworks?
Always
Sure.
fireworks.
And fireworks.
New Year's
I
almost.
don't know.
Test run before New Year's.
Yeah.
Right, apparently. Oh God. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You can certainly wait around before heading back. And I mean, you can there it's not like there's places, it's not like chairs per se, but you can hole up in and around those buildings, and at least find something that's not necessarily the ground to sit on. It's not exactly like a toadstool chair, but to a certain extent, yes, they're like toadstool chairs, kind of. It's mushroom furniture. Little Terraria-esque in a way. As you are kind of sitting and waiting, you can see just the slightest disturbance in the water. A small one, though. And eventually you see the head of that little myconid slowly begin moving closer and closer to the shore until it's finally like slowly just like dejectedly dripping, climbing out of the water.
Like, you know, just having the worst day.
So
And
apparently
it-
alive.
Okay. Yeah, the moment it goes
It like pauses, as you're all kind of in and amongst the village, and it kind of pauses and stops there as it takes note of your presence.
Oh.
And it just sort of stops and waits.
Pernell just looks apologetic.
What is staring at us?
The myconid
Myconid.
out of the
Little
water.
myconid.
Survived.
It's alive.
It started walking out of the water.
Well, if we are just having a stare off with this somehow alive myconid,
The zombie walking out of
This
the
is when we
water,
need
man.
you,
Wave
Wiria.
it over.
Wiria's
Like,
gonna go ahead and use universal speech as long as it's not more than 60 feet from us, which it sounds like it isn't.
No, it's at the water's edge, so it's about 30 to 40 feet.
So she's gonna
You
use
could kind of like
universal
wave it
speech.
over. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even gonna bother rolling the d10 because it's the number of it will get at least a 1, and I only need a 1.
Sure.
And she's going to say, "I'm glad you're okay. We won't hurt you."
As soon as you start speaking, it startles and then like pauses and then does that sort of universal humanoid gesture of like slowly tilting its head as it gets really confused that like you're flapping your meat and emanating noises, but it understands you. It doesn't understand.
Yeah, no, it understands and it doesn't understand why.
Right. And it kind of just starts like going perpendicular to all of you and just kind of giving you like keeping its face or whatever amounts to its face oriented in your direction, and it just kind of like does a big circle around you to go back to the forest.
Well, I'm glad you're alive.
I was gonna just
And
do
it,
one
like,
of those
stops
awkward
again.
like
It's like every time you talk, it stops.
This myconid is having a very confusing, not
I'm
great
making it in
day.
the no good, very bad day.
Bad day.
And eventually it just kind of goes into the forest and it just fades away.
I think it was very confused.
I know it was very confused.
I mean, at least it's not dead. That's got to be a bonus on its part, right?
Yeah.
Better,
That
I
means
better
something.
alive and
genuinely
massively
shocked
confused.
that it's not dead.
Yeah,
to be
I'm
perfectly
impressed.
honest.
I'm
How is it not
impressed for
dead?
that little thing.
Luck.
That is
Honestly,
one lucky creature.
I just didn't know mushrooms could swim.
The more you
Judging
know.
by the fact that it was trudging
I don't think
out
it
of the water,
Climbed.
I don't think it can
It-
swim.
it-
so.
Star.
it just doesn't need to breathe. Is the thing.
Where is the rainbow and star for the more you know in this particular instance?
Yeah. It probably takes the better part of a couple of hours for everything to slowly begin to settle down. And at this point, it's gotten late and very close to the end of whatever might amount to a day.
If it waited that long.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Is
Yeah.
like it's you're kind of checking on it, and I mean that all depends. Like, do you want to go when it's thinned out, or do you want to wait until it's like completely calm to where it was? Because that's going to be a couple hours.
Well, I don't want to wait that long.
Yeah, and then just wait till it's thinned out and
Okay, so if you
Run
wait till
through?
it's thinned out,
Hope
you
for
can
the
kind
best.
of now the thing is it is just like kind of like that area is a whole mess. So I'm just going to need a dexterity acrobatics check, because once you get beyond it, you still need to step carefully.
Hat.
And just a constitution check as you dash through to holding your breath while also trying not to step on and trip on and do anything.
29 for acrobatics.
Okay.
And
oh no.
Constitution check or save?
Yeah, it's a check or
Check.
save. Check.
Check.
It's a check.
Okay.
Because this is you holding your breath.
Fucker.
That's a 4?
Oh no. Oh.
So
Because you're
20
intentionally trying not to. You can hold your breath for a few
I mean, the
moments. but you're also
29
like,
balances out the 4, though, right? Right? That's how that works.
Clearly, nobody can hold their breath. 'cause
I got
rolled
5 and an
fucking
8.
okay.
20, nat 20 to 26 for acrobatics.
How are we so bad at this?
But
I rolled
12
2
for
twos.
con.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
not great for me either.
So you're trying to move quickly, which means the acrobatics is a little bit more difficult. You need to get at least a 14 acrobatics to not disturb any of the mushrooms and spores.
Oh
Fuck.
no.
Fuck.
And you're trying to like not breathe anything in. Now you've all like put on some kind of cloth or anything over your mask type stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have chosen to do that, which I'm going to say you all chose to do that, I'll give you advantage on your constitution check
Okay.
to not breathe in said spores, because you all wore
I'll
your
take that.
masks. Good job.
We have lived
I
in a
rolled
pandemic,
one
guys.
higher.
We know how
Yeah,
that
I rolled
I
one
did
higher too. Oh my
I rolled a 2.
So
All right.
I rolled
Fuck.
a 19 for a
I
21.
rolled a 3 that time.
All right.
So my
So-
4 turned into a 16.
I'm at a big 5, which is better than that one. But
So-
It's true. That is better than a nat one.
You're like, okay, we'll just move through quickly. And through a combination of, it might just be fatigue or stress or something, but there's just a lot of the ground is disturbed, and you start kicking up some more spores, and like something knocks into something, which knocks into something, and so this sort of big bulbous one that's kind of near everybody just sort of pops. And everyone who basically rolled less than 10 on their constitution check gets a big old whiff of mushroom spores.
I'm good.
So in addition to being poisoned,
cool.
Great.
which is interestingly enough, Leah is not affected by this.
Fine.
She's immune to disease, not poison.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're all considered poisoned.
Wow.
Everybody.
And it's like kind
Everyone
of
with
like
less than a 10. I think.
Everyone with less
Yeah.
than a 10 con check.
Leah
And-
can fix that,
I
right?
mean, yeah, Leah could just go around and fix that for everybody.
Leah can go around and fix that for
Yeah.
everyone
Oh,
once you go
good.
through. But
I mean, I can also fix, I think.
Yes,
Uh,
except Leah doesn't have to use spell slots.
Yeah.
That's true.
right. It's just sort of like 5 points, 5
That's
points, 5
true.
points, 5 points, 5 points. It's good to be a paladin.
Yes, thank you, Leonora.
However, those of you who have breathed this in and are poisoned, you're also overcome with a compulsion.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah. So you're now compelled to basically just bust as many of the
Oh no.
Oh no.
spore things as you can.
Oh shit.
Whoever is closest to me, I know I'm not going to be able to manage, but could I just try to grab whoever's closest to me and stop them?
You don't
No,
quite
I-
know what's happening until it's already too late. So
Okay.
how many of you are poisoned? Well, just raise your hand in camera if you're poisoned. So Pernell and Elias and
Aiden.
Okay.
Oh, did anybody
Um,
roll for Leah?
Leah's
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 out.
immune to, she's fine.
Alright.
She's immune to disease. I don't know if she's immune to poison.
Oh.
But you immediately see like Pernell,
so two of the highest
Elias,
strength.
and Aiden just like dart off and just like
What?
one of them like
Busted.
Elias just like walks up and he just punches one.
I feel like, can I just say that Velas turns around exactly in time to see Elias punch a mushroom?
Exactly in time to see him do that. Pernell is more like
Attempt to stab for
interestingly
the first time.
she's
Lyrina,
stabbing
can you
the
stop
mushroom.
them?
Puff with the full on
it's like
actual rapier
You can do a
stance.
magic thing. Do a magic thing and make them stop.
So they all bust one before everyone kind of catches on to what they're doing. Leah can reach out and zap and unpoison one of them, and which drops their compulsion. At which point, I'm gonna say very likely. Well, I'll just see which one she was closest to. Elias. So like just as like Elias like he drives his fist through a mushroom, Leah kind of like reaches over with a really long arm and like grabs him by the scruff of the neck, pulls
Thank you
him
so much for
back,
the raid.
and at
Hi.
the same time does
We
the
all got a whiff
paladin
of
healing
mushrooms
hands
and we're
on
going
him, curing
crazy.
him of the poison. Pernell and Aiden can both get a saving throw to resist this now.
Thank you
at
so
the end of
much
your
for the
turn.
sub again.
Since
Hey.
it's technically poison,
I get to figure out
You
against
have
poison.
advantage on the saving throw, yes.
Wait, so saving
Yeah, it's a-
throws. Okay.
double dirty 20.
Okay. So you like start shaking your head and kind of clearing your head a little bit, and you're like, oh, that was not good.
Saving throws are better, but
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
14?
14. That's enough.
Whew.
But with the massive amount of spores that
no.
just went out into the air,
Yep.
you almost can't help but breathe it in. So what I'm going to need is a Constitution saving throw from everyone as you start
Oh,
sort of
no.
pushing and shoving and
I'm
rushing
sorry.
forward.
Even the people
We
who
need to get good.
succeeded?
Even the people who succeeded.
That's better.
Oh,
You're not
guys.
gonna do
Saving throw.
My nat 20 acrobatics didn't get me through all this.
Motherfucker.
All spores started
Okay.
flying.
That's a dirty 20 on Constitution.
What
12?
the hell? We shouldn't have 40 people on the stream.
Yeah, holy shit. Hi. Welcome.
Just enough to see.
Thank you so much for stopping by as we go fucking crazy on spores in the
Is this still
Underdark.
against the poison?
13.
Worst mushroom trip ever.
Yeah,
Okay.
12. Squid, thank you for the follow.
16.
Much love to you.
Okay.
Happy holidays.
15.
All right. Okay, so you start coughing and choking a little bit as Hegan and Wuria, you both sort of breathe in sort of these spores and cough and whatnot. And now you're all just coated in this stuff at this point. Yeah. So you needed to get a 15.
Oh,
Um,
I'm gonna use my less indomitable then.
if you didn't get a 15,
Yeah, I got it.
You are poisoned with the poison
Oh, I
condition.
could also indomitable.
Yep.
Also keep in mind that the poison condition means that you have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Although this was a saving throw in this moment,
Okay.
so
Yeah, it was saving throw, luckily.
So am I? Oh, I'm not.
My
So
abdominal
those
was the
poison-
exact same fucking roll.
I'm not
so-
poisoned anymore because Leah
Yeah, Leah helped you.
unpoisoned me, and I
Yeah.
saved on the
And you
second
saved.
one.
Wait.
Yeah.
No, my abdominal got me exactly 15.
I mean,
that's what you needed. You needed 15.
Yay!
Maria
can
can punch a mushroom, but her punch does 0 damage. So
It's okay. It still breaks.
It's a
But
mushroom.
the what you went through and this, like the effect of what you're punching is different. There's multiple effects all happening. It's this fun cascade of like, if you get affected by
Hydrate,
this,
thank
it does
you.
this, which does this, which does this. It's sort of like a big cascade scenario of horrible mushroomness.
Cascade of horrible mushroomness.
Horrible mushroom. Horrible
Yeah.
mushroom cascade.
The thing
Yep.
is,
That should be an old
Leah-
alt rock band name.
Leah
Horrible
has
mushroom
65
cascade.
points of lay on hands, and it takes 5 to neutralize a poison.
Yeah.
So that's like
Hmm.
16 times or something more than that. So she can eventually get all of you.
But if we keep punching the fucking mushroom.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, let's
but
not do that.
You basically
I mean,
just,
she gets 5 points per level, so basically it's per
Mm.
level.
lot.
How many
Yeah.
times
Yeah,
she
it's-
can do it.
yeah, it's just-
I mean, it sounds like this time Weary is the only one who failed, unless someone else rolled less than a 15,
Yeah.
because Hegan got a 15.
Mhm.
But the result of punching the mushroom isn't the compulsion to punch more mushrooms. That was the compulsion of
Of
what
the
you
first
were
mushroom.
stepping
Ah,
on.
right.
And then
Yeah.
punching the mushrooms then introduced a different thing.
Right.
But basically, you just stumble and destroy a swath
Thanks
of
for the chat
shrubs,
inspiration.
lichen, mushrooms, and whatnot on your way out, making this massive mess, trailing, mushroom bits and spores and whatnot. And in the basically, Leah would need to almost use her entire pool of lay on hands to just keep free, like unpoisoning all of you as you're making your way through the rest of the mushroom forest.
Mm.
I hate this place.
Not
But
a
you emerge on
song.
the other side, almost all of you covered in just a riot of colors. It is like
What is that called? Like the thing that they have in college campuses, like the
chalk
color
run?
yeah, the chalk
yeah,
run.
it's like a color run.
Yeah,
Color run.
Color, yeah.
Or like
That Hindu festival.
Diwali.
yeah, it
Diwali.
is just
Wally, yeah.
all
Just
yellows,
Psychedelic.
like
green,
not.
oranges and reds, blues, purples. I mean, it probably takes like 3 or 4 uses of the cleansing stone per person.
Oh god.
Oh.
Yeah,
Like,
just immediately
it's-
cleansing stone out
it's-
as soon as we're in the clear.
Like, this stuff is more pervasive than Burning Man plateau dust. It just gets everywhere.
Well, we can say we've been to
Oh,
Burning
oh,
Man,
oh,
kind
like-
of.
Will help with this.
Or like
Although
Ren
that may
Fair
not be as
dust.
much of a reference for all of you people as much
It's
as
like
it is.
Ren Fair dust. It just lingers. And you find
Yeah,
it like 2 years
yeah.
later on boots.
Yeah.
It's
that you-
glitter.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, not the craft harpies! Underdark craft harpies. That's a card
Oh
now.
my god.
Yeah, we make our own Cards
But
Against Humanity deck just
you
based
do
on this
make your way
campaign.
back into the thin and narrow passageways that eventually take you to the bottom levels of the abandoned dwarven mine. And as you're all sort of stopping, taking stock, making sure that everybody's there, everybody's whole, it's slow going, especially for Phyla. We're almost sprinkling Phyla sometimes.
Poor Phyla.
Yeah.
You've got to kind of keep that in mind, considering it's like a flying. Well, yeah, you can dismiss her though, right? And bring
I
her
can
back.
dismiss her and bring her back. It takes a little bit of time, but it's not a big deal.
Gotcha.
It's
Okay.
like a spell slot, but it's not a huge deal.
Okay. I'm gonna say that she probably busted a couple of mushrooms and stuff on the way as well. But as you're kind of taking stock, of everything and seeing as how it is 1 o'clock in the morning,
I don't want to rest with 0 progress.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
some progress.
Yeah, we got
Hey,
Um,
we're still in a
zero progress.
city, though.
You're at the bottom
Fine,
of the
it's
city.
fine.
There's still, I mean, the city's pretty big.
Yeah.
But Velis, you hear a voice
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
coming to you.
Oh no. I
In your
fucked
head.
up, didn't I? Yep.
What's new?
You're tripping balls still.
Little brother,
Yep.
it's been so long. You should pay us a visit.
That will not
Do you know
end.
where you're going? All alone? You know what awaits you. I can help. And the sending ends.
And I would reply to her, that would not end the way you want it to. And that's all.
And that is where we'll end for tonight.
I made a mistake!
Velis has regrets.
Yeah.
God.
Damn.
Oh,
Cliff
man.
regrets. Ah, damn it.
Oh,
Wait, can I hear him respond and be like, describe her? I will send her a send.
Yes. Yes, I think that was probably out loud.
Look it up.
Damn it.
Yeah,
think
Velis
he
totally
just-
got that look on his face when someone gets a
And
sending
I-
spell.
Just kind of
No.
froze and said that.
Mm.
And Elias
What?
knows now what Velis did, and
Mm-hmm. You can put two to two together. You're good.
Everyone
good
else
at
is
that.
like, the fuck,
Yeah,
Velis?
Oh, damn it.
Alright.
Ah.
I think that's a story for the dome.
Fair enough.
what? Do I need to tell someone to
Why did I say
get the
that?
fuck off over something again?
Can we
I don't.
cleansing stone all of this crap off of us?
Yes.
Go.
You know, no, I don't. We'll talk when we rest.
I mean, if you all want to like talk and RP a little bit as you like make camp,
Mm.
I'm up for it.
Yeah.
that's totally
Do
cool.
it.
I just need to
Do
step
it.
away for a moment.
That's cool.
Hmm.
Also, there's like a huge audience, so perfect timing.
Yeah.
Right?
Welcome to shenanigans.
Yeah.
Velis is just gonna walk over to like a wall and sit down very hard.
Facing the wall or not facing
Yeah.
the wall?
No, just back
Lie
against the wall.
down.
Just the cat with the head against
The
the
cat. Yeah.
No, back against the wall.
You alright?
What happened?
Was it?
Yes, it was. I
questioningly goes,
Hmm?
Yeah. Is it her?
It was her.
Oh.
Her
I-
as in your...
As in Anessa.
Mhm.
Yes,
Okay.
I told Elias, but I did something kind of stupid.
What's new?
What?
I'm more stupid than anything I've done. So.
I didn't like her getting in Elias's head. So I took one of the message parchments that he'd been holding on to, and I more or less told her to get fucked.
Good idea.
Ah.
I take it she got the message.
Apparently.
What did she say to you?
She said that I should come home, that I don't know where I'm going all alone, and she can help.
That
You're not alone.
bitch.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you're not, and I'm gonna.
What are you gonna do, Elias? You gonna punch her?
I mean,
Don't
I
do anything
could.
stupid.
No, the thing is, she actually doesn't know about the rest of you.
Are you sure
Maybe
about
that's
that?
a good thing? I don't know. I don't know anything.
I mean, the spiders were kind of stalking all of us.
That is
Yeah.
true.
I mean, she knows I exist at least, so.
One
Yeah.
assumes that otherwise it's very
assumes.
strange.
It seemeth as if she is simply taunting you.
Talked to me. Yeah.
What's new?
What do you
Well,
think is going to happen by contact? So
I don't know why I did
Sometimes
it.
it's not about what happens.
It's not about what
just
happens.
doing it that matters.
Doing it for the
Yes.
satisfaction of doing it.
are you satisfied?
I am fucking terrified of her. I always have been.
Either way, what is done is done. But,
Yeah.
you know,
Can't
we
take it back.
have your back, Velis.
I know. And that's why I told her that coming home would not end the way she wants it to.
Indeed.
I don't think she's going to let whatever this is go anytime soon.
I don't think that was ever on her agenda.
But I do hope we can deal with one thing at a time.
Yeah.
When have we ever been that lucky?
Yeah, right.
One sibling at a time, guys.
One sibling, one family issue at a time.
Yeah, Pernell just kind of
so
sinks
many
her
of
shoulder
them.
slightly.
So many. Oh.
I don't know why I said anything. I don't know why I thought that it would help. I knew she wouldn't listen.
Did you feel better at the time?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, sometimes you just gotta say "fuck you" into somebody's face.
Yeah.
Until if you
don't know the
remember Indil in the
Usually help,
council.
I haven't tried that.
As they, yeah. Speak from experience. Sometimes it's just very cathartic to just
I'll keep that in mind.
get it
I
out
thought it
there.
might help, but it didn't.
It wasn't actually.
Look, I know you've all got my back, but I don't want to think about what that's going to look like.
It's gonna look like me setting her on fire.
I could see
Most
that.
probably, yes.
I'd like to think her influence can't reach this far, even in the Underdark. I mean,
How
My
far
home-
is this far?
Yes.
my home was under Taldore.
Okay, pretty far.
Okay, yeah, that's
Pretty far.
Far. Just a brief
But
walk.
I also have no idea what she's capable of at this point. I haven't been home for 40 years.
do we even know if she's still
Still
in
there.
Taldore?
She's telling me to come home.
Yeah.
But
That-
I don't know what she can do. Or
She can intercept a call
follows her?
intended for another god, apparently.
Apparently.
Apparently. I mean,
not only that, I mean,
that was also a bit
Spiders
of
are-
my mistake, so.
spiders as spies is... I mean, that's Loth's thing. I don't know what kind of influence she has now.
Let's see, could she do stuff like that last time you saw her?
No.
Great.
There's a lot
That's
you
fine.
couldn't do the last time you saw
That's
her,
true.
too.
There's some stuff you can do.
That's-
I'm sure you can do.
It's been a while, it sounds like. So, well, I mean, there's not a whole lot we can do other than
an eye
not
out.
send any more messages to your sister.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't really stop her from.
Yes.
I mean, it's like much we can do other than that. It doesn't help much, but it's the only thing.
There's not much we can do about now either.
Hmm.
Just for
Kind of makes me wonder why she decided to.
since we're about to
Reach out to
rest
you.
anyway, I'm just gonna try a divine intervention.
Trying so hard.
It's gonna work one of these times.
What level are you again?
Nope.
It's okay.
Lower than I am not level 45.
Yeah, no, that's a little way
No.
Closer to 76.
Yeah.
Well, we hope that she is not working with any Dalekir.
That's a big hope.
That would be.
I don't think that's pretty likely. They're on
Yeah.
opposite sides.
Yeah.
Yes. So we can at least, well, you can at least find some solace that we shall not have to deal with both at the same time, most probably.
She's a servant of the Spider Queen. It was a little bit of Team Spider Queen against Team Tharizdun back there. So I don't think they're likely to be buddies.
Then yes, something in our favor in this case.
In a sense, yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I stirred things up.
You didn't stir anything up.
I mean,
get the feeling she probably would have contacted you anyway.
also, technically, it was Elias who accidentally stirred
Yeah,
things up
thank
in the
you
first
for
place,
bringing
actually.
that up.
Maria.
No, I don't think so. I mean, she wouldn't have. The fact that she did that means that she was trailing me anyway.
That's what I mean. I don't think that you sending her a message really will set her off.
Yes. There is no need for blame
Sorry,
in this,
yes.
fellas. We hath gone over that many a time, with many of us.
I mean, the general point is, I think, if she wanted to make trouble, she was going to make trouble, whether anyone did anything at all.
You did something somewhat foolish in the moment. All of us have done that at one point or another and caused trouble.
I don't know what you're talking
That's
about.
how we get most things done.
It's not how we should do it all the time, but
And yet, here we are.
it
It's
happened,
effective.
I suppose.
It does often
Sometimes
end
you
up
gotta leap before you
working
look.
surprisingly well.
Just couldn't stop thinking about it. She has no right. It's one thing if she wants to fuck with me, not.
You're cutting out a lot. It might be using the wrong microphone. It seems like it's coming from further away than the one by your face.
I don't know why you do that. Hold on.
Bellis is distant.
Yeah.
It's fading away.
No,
No.
Okay, hold on.
that definitely sounds like you're in the wrong mic.
Yeah.
I don't know what other mic it could be unless it's coming out of these headphones.
I think it is. It sounded like it was
Hold it up
closer
to
on.
your
Okay.
face.
I shut them off.
Yeah,
so
that-
we
yeah,
should
yeah.
have
Oh,
switched
yeah.
back to.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's better.
How was it going to be? I'm playing on my printer.
Magic.
Okay, whatever.
It's not
Sorry.
D&D if there isn't technical difficulties
We're
at
breaking
least
the
once.
fourth wall now.
Yep, sorry.
I don't even remember what I was saying.
It's one thing for her to fuck with you.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's one thing for her to fuck with me, but the rest of you.
I'm pretty sure Elias would welcome it.
He hath already welcomed it most succinctly.
At this point, I think we all would.
I mean, she's welcome to try.
Oh, I'm sure she's going
Everything
to.
else in this.
To be
is not
fair,
worth the trouble.
I know you're all ready for a fight, but don't take this lightly.
No.
Please.
we're not. I don't think it's taking
Not.
it lightly. I think it's more of if she comes for you, she comes for all of us.
Yeah.
And, you know, a little side dose of having a
Bravado?
little bit of
Bravado.
a little bit of yeah, a little bit of fun with it, a little bit of bravado. Actually, sometimes helps as long as you realize that you still need to be careful.
Don't get cocky.
Yeah. It's a bit relaxing.
I know the word relax isn't really in your vocabulary.
You,
Definitely not.
But
you could just
Cathartic.
Unless
unclench
you get
for
him drunk.
a millisecond.
I wish that I had you all with some of my family.
Don't want you with mine.
She's always been.
Aiden's just.
She was insane
Yes,
on
we
a good
know.
day.
And we shall deal with it when it cometh to us again.
Yeah.
But until then, we have someone we need to rescue, yes. Two, technically.
Yeah. Focus on what's in front of us, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's all we can really do, honestly.
it's worked so far.
At least that's something to think about other than walking into a mind flayer colony.
Oh, thank you for that reminder.
Thank you. Yeah.
Haven't really been able to shake it myself.
Understandably.
I'm not looking forward to it either.
I mean, I'm cool with that.
I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep anytime soon, so
That's what I had a feeling you wouldn't. My request, my my offer to knock you out. Always. For the record, Purnell, that didn't count.
Fair enough.
every time I think of something to say, I'm pretty sure that at least one of you would just shut me up.
well, if nothing else, we call each other out when we're being idiots.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Glances
easy.
at Aiden and that and just kind of...
I'm grateful for all of you. I know I haven't been the best at saying it, but
None of
I
us are.
think you need to know. I don't think I could handle any of this on my own. And no matter what she says, I have never had any thoughts that I am. Not for
Good to hear.
a long time.
Good.
I think it's probably safe to say that none of us could have handled most any of this on our own.
No. I mean, none of us are currently poisoned, so that's a bonus.
Yeah.
Definitely not good on our own.
Yes. Thank you, Leah Moira.
Be tripping balls and punching mushrooms if I was by myself.
Tripping balls?
Oh, what's another phrase that
Another
Pernell
phrase.
doesn't know?
Yeah.
For now, you can't tell me they didn't have drugs in your time.
Maybe Pernell
Hallucinogenic,
just never encountered the drugs.
Maybe.
Drugs.
mind alter,
Things that make you hallucinate.
hallucinate or
The
feeling-
opiates.
Yes.
There
is
you
that what they
go.
call them?
Yeah.
That works.
Yes.
Now the mages back during the Age of Arcanum had some real
Okay.
good shit.
They had some good shit. It's like Sood times 20, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably
If
puts all
Sood
the
was on
modern-
speed, was on heroin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude took sued.
Who do you think invented that stuff?
I really don't like that she can just get in whenever she wants to.
I don't think anybody likes anybody in their head.
No.
I mean, while we're in the dome, she probably can't because magic. So she can't whenever she wants to.
I really wish I was.
Velas
playing-
never leaves the dome again.
I'm very sad I'm not playing my knowledge cleric right now.
Can
'cause
I leave
we could help
the
with that.
sword outside the dome so I can go to bed?
You shouldn't do that.
Oh.
You don't know what's gonna come down here.
Yeah.
I'm a very powerful magic item.
Is indeed an artifact.
You
It's a
should not
very
leave me
upset
outside the
sword.
dome. Under no circumstances is that at all a good idea. You shouldn't do that. In fact, if you intend to do that, you shouldn't.
Aren't you the one who usually has advised me to do bad ideas?
And he's
There's a
talking to a
difference
sword again.
between bad and
Stupid.
pants on head moronic.
You're just making me want to do it more.
I like how we're hearing the one side.
We're just
Yeah,
hearing the
what?
one side of this
Yeah.
conversation.
Just
Do I
watching
want
it.
to know what it's saying?
Yeah,
No,
looking
no.
between Aiden and
Yeah,
Sword Hilt.
Not
Just another
sure. I
thing with
It's
kind of
having
weird one.
abandonment issues. Is what it's done.
What?
Sword is
Sword with abandonment
I
issues.
mean, it's a sentient sword, so I guess it could have abandonment issues.
Apparently a little bit of a sensitive sentient sword. Gonna hurt his feelings, Aiden.
It's a sword.
It is a sword with feelings.
That you were speaking
Yeah.
to.
It's a sort of feeling that's an asshole.
I mean,
Takes
yeah.
one to
So
know
if-
one.
Fits in the group then.
Pernell has chat inspiration.
I already have one. I'm sorry. Actually, wait. Do I? I think I might have used it before. I do. I haven't, but we're almost done. But
I think everybody used their chat inspiration.
You
at
actually
some
just
point.
got another one
Wait,
Yeah.
a little bit ago too.
really? Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh
Super
yeah, I did.
popular.
Two of
I
them.
already have one, so I'm gonna reject that so you can get your points back. But
But thank you.
thank you. I appreciate it. And we're almost done
We
with the
should
session.
do something that they can spend their points on to
Yeah.
do other stuff. We'll have to brainstorm.
Yeah.
Well,
Brainstorm. We'll do this.
I'll brainstorm some things.
Please.
I don't know. It sounds scary when you say it.
Oh man. Else is
It's
having
like that
family
rocks
issues.
fall,
Aiden.
everyone's dead. It's like surprise aberrations.
Wait, so both Velas and Aiden Sword are technically both having like family issues right now, technically.
Sort of. Yeah.
They all got Spanish at this
One
point.
Yeah,
aspect of
almost everyone. Yeah. I think Weary is the only one without family issues in this party.
Yeah.
Mine have been Elias
Yeah, yours
has
is
been
resolved.
resolved.
Yeah,
Yeah,
technically
Elias and
resolved,
Pernell
but-
have been resolved.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, Liam has a different kind of family issue. Her family isn't the issue, but there's an issue with her family.
Right. Yeah.
Realize there was a
Right.
family issue until
Aiden has
wait.
family issues and issues with his family.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna get some sleep?
Bella's
It's late.
Watches as normal.
but dry. Sing him a
Probably should
lullaby, will
set
ya?
watches
Yeah.
again. but-
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it,
I-
Aiden. Did you still wish
I'm
to
awake.
practice?
You're only doing one of the watches, Velas.
Yeah.
You're at
I
least
don't
going
need
to
as much
practice
sleep
it.
as the rest of you. It's
As
fine.
much.
No,
I
but you
mean,
do need some.
I mean, there are also plenty
I
of
mean,
us to do.
technically, he doesn't really need sleep, but
Technically, just kind of meditate.
yeah.
Trances are weird,
Trances.
but
Ugh,
Going forward,
trust
if we
me,
aren't
I
confused
prefer
about
sleep.
yes, if we are going to usual watches, I shall try to take third watch whenever possible. It makes it easier for morning routine.
That's fair.
I mean, I think while we're down here, we probably would want to keep watches because even in the
That-
dome, we just don't know what's going to come by, and
More
We
ghosts.
need to keep watches, and I think we should try to keep them doubled up as long as we're down here.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
that's easy enough.
I'll take first this time.
Whichever.
Early evening is uneventful. Those of you on the first watch.
Keegan,
Hmm,
I know you think that I am an idiot, but
Sometimes.
at least know that I wouldn't do anything intentionally to put anyone here in danger.
I'm a little concerned that that was the impression that you think I had. I know you wouldn't do it on purpose.
I don't know what you think of me.
I told you before, I rather like you.
That is a very, very questionable decision.
Yeah, well, we make a lot of those, I think.
That's true.
I mean, I did tell Pernell the other day that I actually kind of like Aiden too.
That's surprising.
Is that more questionable or about the same level?
I think we're all equally fucked up at this point. I mean, except Weirya, she's disturbingly happy.
You didn't hear her singing the song, though.
Yeah, the ghosts, yeah.
Actually, I did.
Oh, you were awake for that
I
too.
couldn't really sleep much.
I mean, can't blame you. You're right, though. She's pretty great. Leah's pretty great too.
Yeah. That is some intense purse.
I know. Why is she wearing it asleep? It's fine.
Apparently, Brightwing purrs when he's asleep.
Brightwing is very happy to
I
sleep.
love it.
Cat decided to just get right up on the microphone,
Mm-hmm.
and she has a very loud purr.
Cats are cats.
Oh.
Cats are gonna cat.
Yeah, she's here. Let me take my camera off. She's sitting in my dice tray.
Amazing.
This is now a cat stream for a moment. There you go.
Yep.
This is the dog right now, being very cute.
I feel like I should apologize for not telling the rest of you about her. I just didn't. I didn't want to deal with it right now. I mean, I know I kind of poked the hornet's nest, but I thought we had enough on our plates already, so.
We're always going to have on our plate still, and I wouldn't worry so much about adding to anybody's plate so much as I would worry about not trying to hold too much on yours.
This isn't really the kind of situation where I can do too much about it. But I'll try.
I don't know why I'm giving you advice because I don't ever follow it myself.
Isn't that true for most of us here?
Yeah, but you seem to be doing better than anybody else at this point. Isn't that scary?
That's terrifying. We're all fucked, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Individually, maybe, but not together.
No, I think you're
We
right
do
about
all
that.
right.
I'm glad I came back. Believe it or not, this is better than what I was doing.
That I don't know what that says about you, but
I'll tell you soon.
fair
That plate's
enough.
beautiful. It's a stupid excuse, but I'm going to use it for now.
I've been holding on to stupid excuses for a long time, so I'm not going to judge.
And drop them a little at a time. Find me another flying creature and I'll maybe drop
Yeah, there's a
some
few
nice
of
pieces.
those. I am really glad we didn't have to fight those. Feel bad for
Me
the little
too.
mushroom guy, but
He's
at least
alive.
he's not dead.
Yeah. Not into the crab.
I don't want to think about the crab. Actually, you know what? The crab is better than the Mind Flayer colony. Let's think about the crab.
Let's think about crabs. Velis 2020.
No. I'm not entirely sure that we can judge when we can only see part of it and we don't know what else is wrong with it. I ate two.
Friends.
I'm so glad that worked.
Crabby
Oh
Jack.
god. It's been
Hey,
so
Rob.
long. I feel so old all of a sudden.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Here,
Heard. Oh,
2004 J-Rock
oh, here they come.
reference?
the rhythmic sound
Oh,
of hammering
No.
Oh no.
echoing
Where
through
ya
the
know?
halls,
Maria's not doing it.
Oh,
slowly beginning to be accompanied by the sound of hundreds of low dwarven voices singing in unison to the rhythmic hammering. Hundreds of hammer. Louder now. You're closer to the foundry. It echoes a lot more on my side with like metallic sounds. It doesn't come across on the mic super great, but it does.
do. Wait.
Yeah.
Kind
Yeah.
of.
Moria,
Nice try.
Moria cups.
I tried.
Moria cups.
Moria cups. And much like the night before, at midnight, the hammering begins and the singing comes in shortly after. Low, droning voices. None of you can recognize the song. The melody is the same as the night before. It lasts about as long. And then just as quickly as it comes, it goes again.
strange place.
Yeah. I don't know. It wasn't as weird the second time for me.
Maybe because maybe it's not as weird when you expect it. I feel
Maybe.
like we should just expect ghosts at this point.
Yeah. Interesting that it's around the same time, though. At least it's predictable.
I mean, it's not all that different from some of what we saw in the Shadowfell. There were echoes. Just repeated the same thing.
Interesting.
There was a guard that just kept saying the same things over and over, and then
Yeah.
a Mind Flayer punched through his head.
Oh, you're right. Let's think of.
Look, Hagen, do me a favor.
Hmm.
We get down there. If I freeze up, just punch me really hard.
I'm not sure I can punch harder than Elias.
Yeah, but he's done enough of the punching. He deserves a break.
He's got to save it for your sister, I'm sure. So happy to oblige.
And I'd say if Aiden wanted to train some more on third watch, she'd do that again. And I can save whatever conversation for next time because I know you need to sleep.
When people are awake.
Yeah.
Good shit.
As you
I'll remember next time. I'll remember.
go explore the other side, the seat is at one end. You kind of went in this direction to the foundry and then went down below. The other side of the chasm and the other end of the Dwarven City is where you'll find the hall. All of what? It isn't super clear.
Yay.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Very much appreciate the raids tonight.
Are we playing next week?
I don't know.
I know there was
wondering that.
Marks.
There were lots of questions.
Next week is less likely.
Yeah.
Since we're probably driving back.
So yeah, you guys are probably driving.
Oh yeah. Shit.
Yeah, if we're down 2 people and 1 person late, then that's a big.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like probably the 9th will be our next session with this
Cards?
group.
Cards?
Yeah, we can do cards.
Maybe
definitely
alt
do
game,
cards.
depending on how
Alt
things
game is
go.
good too.
alt game, yeah.
Yeah, let's
So with
try
3
let's
down,
plan
it's still
for
hard
alt
to do
game,
alt.
assuming
I mean,
life doesn't get in
I
the
could
way.
do alt game. I'd just be late.
Yeah, that's.
for
I
it.
mean, that's.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
Alt game sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah, so we
I mean,
might
the
have
whole
our
idea of
alternate
alt
Wildemount
is if
game
we've
next
got
week.
like 2 or more people not available. So
I didn't trust the Vex
or
dice
Brendan
enough
not
to try
available.
them. Vex did fuck me though.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Well, that was an interesting thing to hear out of your mouth.
Yeah.
All right.
Vex did fuck me though.
Oh,
I mean,
that said.
It didn't sound like that though. Like
yeah.
there was like some purring in that voice.
Yeah.
She just said it super matter of factly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, who can I send y'all to? Thank you all so much for joining us. Yes, we'll probably have alternate Wildemount game next week. If not, maybe some Cards Against Humanity with our custom deck that we added many things to tonight.
I really want to play.
Please,
Yeah.
It's a deck of many
I mean,
things.
Can we just play
Otherwise-
next week?
Yeah. Otherwise, for
Well,
everyone
we can-
new, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm just letting everyone new who's joined. Also, hi. I do Dungeons and Dragons streams weekly on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays normally. Otherwise, do some voice acting of visual novels and Twitch Sings. My last stream will probably be on the 31st because that's the last night of Twitch Sings ever, and I'm so sad. But I'm going to try to keep up music streams going forward too. And I do VR roleplay, that sort of thing. So if you enjoy any of that, please stick around. Very much love to have you whenever you would like. Otherwise, this game should be back on the 9th, I believe. I will let people
Most
know on my
likely.
social media
It will be around
if anything changes as usual. Otherwise, we'll be back on Monday for D&D Adventures in Eualia. So you all have a wonderful night. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Stay safe and stay healthy. And allow me to send you to someone cool. Who can we quickly send a raid
I'm
to?
cool.
Yeah.
We're super cool.
What do we got? We got it. Like who's on? Who's been doing the things? So many people are doing the things is the problem, always.
Yeah, right.
Oh, but I can send you to one of my very first Twitch Sings friends and mutual supporters, the awesome Ubermoot, who plays many an instrument and rocks out on melodica and stuff like that. So please send him some love. And we'll see you all next time. There's a recall. Until then, bye everybody! Thanks again!
I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice hunter. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, collector. And being a dragon that sits atop my treasure, that's so shiny. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice order, and my partners love me for it. I'm